hasn't necessarily been able to be heard by the general public as much. And in the same way, we run into that with AI. Uh, the fact that we can doesn't mean that we necessarily should. And in terms of our own biology, the fact that we can perhaps modify each other or ourselves and our progeny, does that mean that we necessarily should? And then in terms of being able to create a being, a machine that has emotions. How do we define emotion? How do we define consciousness? And if we are creating beings alongside uh, these machines, what happens when we program them to say you can't fall in love with someone else? Aren't we basically enslaving them to our own desires? Is that allowed? Is that moral? These are questions that you were raising and that are excellent questions that it doesn't seem are really being heard, at least by legislators and politicians and such. They're basically looking at a point A and point B and what's the easiest way to get there, and not necessarily asking, well, how is this going to affect society, and how is it going to affect children? And you raise a really great point about what if you have a child with a machine, and there's some type of divorce court or some kind of proceeding. How are you represented? How is a machine represented? Couldn't you just change the coding? Is that moral? The idea of being able to delay death changes how we live as humans. That generally, in most societies, when you get married, it's till death do you part. Well, what happens if you don't die? What happens in terms of the law, from a business standpoint, when you have a lifetime guarantee on something? Well, if something's a lifetime guarantee and you don't die 500 years from now, should you be able to take back whatever product that you had to wherever it is? This is these are definitely questions that need to be raised. We don't really have very good leaders who are discussing them, and that's why I think these types of discussions are good for people to hear. Perhaps we can inspire people, the next generation, to have these discussions. We're having them, and I feel that it's really powerful to have these discussions so that people hear, oh, that's a good point. What happens if you don't die? uh, wouldn't marriage then be a punishment? If you don't die and your partner doesn't die and you can live for millions of years, isn't that a punishment? And so don't we have to and even if you love each other, so I have my own, yeah, exactly, I have my own take on this, which is we need to come to the conclusion that people are living much longer than they previously were in some segments of society, and this is going to perhaps continue. So what is wrong with, instead of saying till death do you part, you get married in a limited contractual system if you want? And what am I saying? I'm saying that, from a psychological standpoint, there's something known as the 7 year itch. There was a movie about this maybe like 70 years ago. But basically, psychologically, if you're with someone for more than 7 years, your eye starts to wander. Even if you love that person and all the other good things about them, you just start to get curious. It's just a something about the human psyche. So the idea is this: you get married with your spouse, and you love each other, and you get married for a set limited of time, 7 years. And let's say you love that person and they love you. That's great. Get married for another 7 years, and you love them and love them and love them, and you still love each other after 14 years. That's great. Get married for another 7 years. Eventually, though, after 170 years of getting married, one of the spouses might say, I'd like to maybe explore being on my own for a while, or perhaps having a different spouse at some point. But if we're going to live forever, I think there's a beautiful aspect that isn't really discussed, which is the idea of falling back in love. If you're, let's say, you're going to have a you're going to live to be 1 million years old, and you had your first love, and you got married for, let's say, 70 years, which most people would say is just an incredibly long amount of time to get married. But after 70 years, one of the spouses wanted to perhaps just be alone for a while. I feel like they should, if we don't want to make marriage a punishment. Well, who's to say that 500 years couldn't go by and those two lovers could fall back in love? I think that's a really beautiful aspect of love that isn't really explored. People would consider it to be perhaps, a that love has to end at that point, and I don't think it does. If we're going to live indefinitely. Love doesn't necessarily have to be temporary. It can continue, and people can continue to fall in love with each other and such. But in terms of marriage, if you have a marriage contract that is for life, and people don't die or live much longer lives than was previously foreseen, we need to reevaluate our society in terms of lifetime contracts and lifetime marriage agreements, and many other aspects that we aren't perhaps even aware of at this point, but are really important. And so from that standpoint, I feel like there's a lot. We need people in society to be having these types of discussions, and we need people to hear them, because uh, we're we're moving into a different kind of society where it's not as temporary as what was once assumed it to be. I mean, they would always say that the two things that are inevitable in life are death and taxes. Well, taxes we still have, but death may not be. And what happens when that happens in society? And perhaps that's their energy continuing. It's just something that we have assumed, but it's an excellent point. Yeah, absolutely. That's my yeah. Just call me Rabbi. Absolutely. I understand that. Oh, I absolutely agree. I would love to have this conversation with you publicly on video and archived for the future of humanity to be able to access in an easily digestible way. So I'm all for it. I would want you to know I am, for the next 3 days, I've got people who are going to be interviewing me on these similar topics, and then sporadically in the next couple weeks. But do you have your calendar available to perhaps take a look and see when we might have mutual opportunity? Okay, just one moment. All right. Um, let's see here. I have availability on August 6th or August 7th. Would either of those work for you? Excellent. And um, let's, because I don't want to make the mistake that we had today. Um, so I am on Pacific time, most certainly. So as I look right now in Phoenix, so it says it's Mountain Standard Time, but I see the confusion why it's 1:25. Oh, so we're on the same time, and we will be into the fall. So that's good. Okay, so most certainly. Okay, so then Leia, what about would 1 p.m. on August 6th work for you? Excellent. And um, in the meantime, I will probably email you from my one of my other email accounts, which is just like a Gmail account. I'll email you right after this, and um, then just to confirm, get it in writing. And then in the meantime, if you have any questions or you need to change anything, my a more primary email that I would use is probably Rabbi Rothschild at, I think it's Rabbi Rothschild 007, like 007 at gmail.com. And if you need to make any changes to that or whatever, please let me know. And is it going to be a live podcast or is it recorded? Okay, excellent. Absolutely. And how long do you? I saw. I was looking through your podcast. You usually go for like an hour. Is that correct? Okay. Exactly. Most certainly. That sounds great. So I will email you after this call, and feel free to um, just say that you received my email. And one thing that you had said that I really wish I would have said in terms of when I went back and I was like, well, we've got AI and then the search engine and the typewriter and things like that. Yes, of course, there is the printing press and how much that has revolutionized society. And we find even with that, how that was controlled, and we're seeing how AI is controlled. So I'd love to get into those the deeper parts of those conversations with you. So with that, I've got you on my calendar, August 6th, 1 o'clock. And we're on the same time, so that works. I'm going to send you an email, and if you need anything in the meantime, feel free to reach out to me. Okay? Excellent. Thank you so much, Leah. You take care. Bye bye.
Hello, Rabbi.
How you doing, Brandon?
I'm still my life in 207.
Are you live on YouTube?
No, I decided to take a break.
Okay, so you're streaming like I am here, but you're not streaming online, right? Or like on the other places?
I'm still my life here.
Yes, you are, sir.
Now on YouTube, now on Twitter, on Facebook.
Yeah, yes, sir. Are you gonna do Facebook and all those other places?
Yep.
All right. Do you need help?
Alright. I probably will here soon after I get done, but
Okay, you let me know when you need help. Okay.
okay.
All right, big dog.
I'm gonna go back on me. I'm still gonna be here.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
In the Western world, from the destroying angel of the Hebrew Bible to the pale rider among the four horsemen of the Apocalypse to the Malak Maut of the 32nd Surah of the Quran, the angel of death stands equally foundationally and mysteriously in the history of Abrahamic religiosity. In this episode, we're going to study the early history of the angel of death, from the Bronze Age Levant to the rise of Islam. We'll see that the personification of death has gone from being a god in their own right to a terrifying angel, mostly associated with indiscriminate mass murder, to being tempered by the righteous deeds of humans, and even being the subject of a few pranks by a couple of witty scholars. I hope you'll join me as we explore the early history of the angel of death. If you're interested in topics in esotericism, magic, and the occult, analyzed from a scholarly perspective, make sure to check out my other content as well. Also, I'd hope you consider supporting my work of producing accessible and free content on topics in esotericism on Patreon or the one-time donation. Your support of Esoterica completely makes this channel possible. I really appreciate it, and you can check out those links in the description below. So let's turn to our exploration of the origins and early history of the angel of death. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. The personification of death in ancient Canaan can be attested as early as the 12th and 13th centuries BCE. The most famous example is to be found in the tablets recovered from Ugarit, typically known as the Baal cycle. These texts describe Baal's ascendancy to the divine throne through the defeat of El's two sons, the tyrant Yam, or sea, and the ravenous Mot, or death. Following the defeat of Yam, Baal attempts to resist the power of Mot, only to be overcome by the intense power of the drought emanating from the underworld. Whereas El merely mourns Baal's death, his sister, the terribly fierce Anat, seeks out and eventually kills Mot by cutting him into pieces, winnowing him into the air, burning the remains, and then scattering them upon the ground. In the meantime, Baal is actually miraculously resurrected. He in fact copulates with a sacred heifer before his death, perhaps to ensure his subsequent rebirth. And so is Mot, in a battle to a stalemate. Baal becomes king of the gods, while Mot still rules over the underworld and continues to consume the living. Of course, the battle between Baal and Yam, or the sea, is part of the larger Chaos Kampf, primeval struggle against chaos in the ancient Near East. Whether it's the struggle of Marduk against Tiamat in the Enuma Elish, or the Babylonian creation story, or the remains of a very similar kind of story which actually lingers in the Hebrew Bible in places like Job and quite clearly in Psalm 74. However, Baal's fight with Mot, or death, seems to reflect the specific geography and climatic conditions of ancient Canaan. Unlike Egypt, with its cyclical flood, which is reflected in the relatively optimistic theological landscape of that country, or in Mesopotamia, with its, well, random and destructive flooding, is also reflected in the much more pessimistic philosophy of that region. Canaan does not rely on rivers for its agricultural productivity so much, but rather the winter rains. So the battle between the storm god Baal and the drought-inducing god of death, Mot, is also a reflection and hope for the drought to be conquered by life-giving winter rains. Even Mot's death at the hands of the ferocious Anat reflects his body being cut up into pieces to seed the earth. Given all of this, it's unsurprising that Baal worship proved to be extraordinarily popular in the region of ancient Canaan. And this also explains just why the prophets of the Israelite God in the Hebrew Bible were so stridently anti-Baal. He was their biggest theological competitor, and for good reason. I may cover the Baal cycle and the Canaanite mythology, including the rise of Yahwism in the region in a future episode. Let me know if that sounds interesting to you all in the comments, and if so, I'll try to make a video on it at some point in the future. I'll also include a link in the description for an excellent up-to-date collection of these mythological texts from the period prior to the rise of the Israelites in ancient Canaan. Unsurprisingly, with the succession of the Israelite God in the region, previous mythological elements were actually rolled up into Israelite mythology, including the struggle with the sea, or Yam. You may recall from that myth, his chief captain was Lotan, the Coiled One. This becomes the Leviathan character of the Hebrew Bible, and even the identification of El with the Israelite God is a process of theological fusion through the early Iron Age. Death, or Mot, also seems to have become part of the divine council, or retinue, becoming a kind of servant of the Israelite God. While the phrase Malach HaMavet, or the angel of death, only appears kind of once in the Hebrew Bible, there in a non-theological usage and actually in the plural, Malach HaMavet, an analogous entity does make an appearance. This is the Malach HaMashchit, or the angel of destruction. Sometimes just referred to as the messenger or angel of the Lord, this entity seems primarily to have the grim task of mass execution, striking down Israelites, Assyrians, and Egyptians alike. In fact, the only vivid description we get of this entity is a vision had by King David, where we're told of the titanic proportions of this angel, such that they, quote, were standing between heaven and earth with a drawn sword in his hand extended over Jerusalem. Perhaps the most terrifying appearance of the Hamashchit, or the destroyer, is the final of the 10 plagues set upon the Egyptians in the Exodus story. There, the Israelites are warned to smear lamb's blood above their doors, such that the Hamashchit will pass over their homes as it stalks and kills the Egyptians' firstborn, from the firstborn of cattle to the destruction of the god king's son. Indeed, the Jewish festival of Pesach, or Passover, is at least an indirect reference to this event in its mythology. Further, this entire spring festival may actually reach back to much earlier Canaanite practices, celebrating Baal's defeat of both Yam and Mot, thus the rebirth of spring following the winter rains. While the festival of Passover celebrates the mythological story of the escape from Egyptian bondage with wine and a festive meal, a very complicated festive meal, it is often forgotten that it is also Jewish custom for a family's firstborn to in fact fast the day before Passover in a kind of remembrance of those killed in that final nightmarish plague. Curiously, there's a bit of an intermission for the angel of death during the development of apocalyptic Judaism. This is mostly because in this period, the character of the devil or Satan gets most of the attention, as Judaism is likely under substantial Zoroastrian influence at this time. Apocalyptic Judaism, including texts like the books of Enoch or the War Scroll found at Qumran, along with much of the mythological landscape of early Christianity, are primarily dominated by the good versus evil battle between God and the forces of Satan and his cadre of demons. While this apocalyptic mode of Judaism was clearly influential, perhaps in some sense the most influential religious movement in all of history, especially if you measure that in terms of the success of Christianity and Islam, it was only partly embraced by Rabbinic Judaism. The earliest texts of post-Temple Judaism, really Judaism proper, such as the Mishnah, redacted around 200 of the Common Era, contain very little of this dualistic attitude and concern with supernatural affairs more generally. How to properly get a divorce or what is constitutive of transferring an object from one domain to another is much more the concern of these very early texts in rabbinical Judaism than angels and demons duking it out somewhere. However, by the composition of the Babylonian Talmud, which was redacted sometime around 500 to 600 of the Common Era, the Malach HaMavet, or the Angel of Death, makes a dramatic reappearance as such, and there are numerous cameos for the Angel of Death in this text. The mythology is incredibly rich and manages to be at times both creepy and, well, comedic. I mean, what better way to deal with the dread horror of death than humor? From this earliest strata of literature on the Angel of Death, we learned that they were created on the first day of creation, and that once judgment is made by God, the Angel of Death can not at all be deterred. Kind of. It also appears that repentance and righteous deeds, and especially acts of genuine charity, can actually discharge the angel's deathly agenda. Curiously enough, the Angel of Death is unable to pass through the city of Luz, where the blue dye, or techelet, is made. And in fact, when the sages of that city want to die, they just go outside the city gates, and the Angel of Death promptly dispatches them. We are told that the Angel of Death has 12 wings and is covered with eyes. This is a motif harkening back to earlier angelic entities like the Ophanim to be found in the book of Ezekiel. Though in other passages, the Angel of Death seems to be able to change their appearance to distract and therefore reap their victims. We are told that if dogs wail for no reason at all, that means that the Malach HaMavet is nearby, like in every scary movie ever. But if those dogs are especially playful, it's because the prophet Elijah has come to the city in question. In normal times, the Angel of Death is the slowest of all the angels, but during times of plague, unfortunately, they are the fastest. We are told that if the dogs of a city wail for no apparent reason, that means the Malach HaMavet is nearby, like in every scary movie ever. But if they are especially playful, it's because the prophet Elijah has come to that city in question. In normal times, the Angel of Death is the slowest of all the angels. But, fortunately, during times of plague, they are in fact the swiftest. Further, we're actually told that, quote, if the plague is in a city, a person should never go to a synagogue alone, as the Angel of Death keeps his utensils there, and for this reason, it is an incredibly dangerous place. But if there are children learning or a quorum or minion there praying, it's in fact not a dangerous place. I guess the Angel of Death can't store their things there in those circumstances. This idea that while praying or studying, the Malach HaMavet has no ability to interrupt also appears in various tales where the angel basically pulls pranks to interrupt people from studying, well, to reap their souls. We're told that at the hour of death, the Malach HaMavet stands at the head of the dying with a drawn sword, to which clings a single drop of lethal poison. As soon as the dying person sees the angel, they're seized with a kind of convulsion, their mouth falls open, and in drops the fatal poison. Death takes hold and the person becomes yellow and putrid as they are become suffused with the poison inflicting of death. In other cases, the Malach HaMavet actually carries the knife of a butcher rather than a sword. This is probably a pun on the verb shachat, he slaughters, ending with a tet. With shachat, he destroys, ending with a tav. Recall that in the Hebrew Bible, this entity is often referred to as hamashchit, the destroyer. There's something genuinely dreadful in the notion that to dispatch people, the angel of death, well, spiritually butchers us. Of course, if this is dreadful to us, so much more compassion should we be shown to the actual slaughter of non-human animals. Oddly enough, the Malach HaMavet is also said to teach the sages some pro tips about how to actually avoid the angel of death. For instance, we read Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi said, "The angel of death told me 3 things. Do not take your cloak in the morning from the hand of your servant and wear it. Do not ritually wash your hands from one who has not ritually washed their own hands. And do not stand before the women when they return from the burial of the deceased, because I, the Malach HaMavet, dance and come before them, and my sword is in my hand, and I have license to destroy." Again, that word destroy and butcher play hand in hand. One sometimes gets the sense that the angel of death goes about their grim task with something like reluctance. It's necessary, but there's no glee in the reaping of souls. Though the Malach HaMavet isn't grim entirely and even betrays some humor, even if it is, gallows humor. Indeed, my favorite tale in this very early literature about the angel of death also features Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi. In that story, we're told that Yehoshua's time of death had been decreed, but he was given the choice of how he would die given his righteous life. So, he requested to see what his portion in paradise would look like. Along the way, walking with the Malach HaMavet, Yehoshua demanded to hold the knife that the angel of death used to dispatch mortals because it was, the thing was freaking him out. This makes total sense. When they got to the wall separating paradise and this world, Yehoshua wasn't quite tall enough to see over the wall separating the worlds, so he asked the angel to lift him up to see his portion, and Yehoshua ben Levi promptly jumped over the wall into paradise. Well, despite being tricked, the Malach HaMavet actually grabbed a hold of Yehoshua's cloak, but because he had never broken an oath, he was that righteous, the angel had to let him go into paradise alive. Now, at this point, the angel says, "Hey, at least give me back my knife." You'll recall that Yehoshua had actually asked to hold it because it was freaking him out with his death knife. But the rabbi says, "No, I'm not giving you your knife back because you just go around killing everybody with it." There's a back and forth, and at any rate, a Bat Kol, or the heavenly voice, actually issues forth saying, "Give him the knife. It is necessary to kill the created beings. Death is the way of the world." So Yehoshua gives it back and is actually allowed to stay in paradise among the very few people in Jewish mythology, such as Elijah and Enoch, untouched by the angel of death. In fact, this custom of attempting to trick the Malach HaMavet endures to this very day. There is a custom that if a person is gravely ill or facing imminent death, their name may be changed on their deathbed. The idea here? The angel of death will show up looking for David ben Moses, but because the name change, David ben Moses is now Aaron ben Moses, and, with some luck, the angel of death is actually tricked and moves on. That guy's just not there. I'm actually told that every once in a while you will come across a single gravestone with two names and two sets of birth and death, actually indicating that that person actually tricked death at least once. May we all be so lucky. To get a little darker, really can't get much darker as the angel of death. There's actually something of a modern Kabbalistic curse involving the Malach HaMavet. Typically, it's forbidden in Jewish law to pray for anyone's death. Indeed, it's much more typical to pray that the sinner repent and not be punished, much less killed. However, there's a very controversial custom whereby one can pray that God will audit the sins of a specific person, and if those sins actually merit divine punishment via early death or karet, the Malach HaMavet will be subsequently dispatched to do the deed. This curse, for lack of a better word, indirectly summons the angel of death. The mode by which the angel of death executes that person also gives the curse its name, pulsa denora, or the fiery lashes in Aramaic. The use of these fiery lashes to punish everyone from the angels Metatron and Gabriel to many different ancient rabbis to a dozen or so contemporary Israeli politicians shows that the angel of death still commands a sense of fear and dread, at least for the people attempting to invoke him. In some slightly later early medieval legends, we are told that the demoness Lilith, this is the rebellious wife of Adam, typically responsible for killing babies, has actually become the nagging wife of the Malach HaMavet, with us getting a kind of laugh at his being tortured by her nagging just as he nags us to death. Har har, misogyny. Of course, death would go on to be personified in Christianity as the pale rider among the four horsemen of the apocalypse, though would not really go on to remain an angel proper. According to Christian mythology, Christ defeated death on the cross, which will be properly annihilated in the final judgment. In fact, we read in the epistle to the Hebrews found in the New Testament, quote, "Since, therefore, the children share in flesh and blood, he himself, Jesus, partook of the same things, that through death he might destroy the one who has the power of death," that is, of course, the devil, "and deliver all of those through fear of death were subject to lifelong slavery." This idea that Christ defeats the devil, who is in some sense in charge of death itself. With there being no specific angel of death, the images of the Grim Reaper in Christianity took a much greater hold, although these typically lean on imagery taken from Greco-Roman paganism, such as the scythe and hourglass, which are typically linked with Saturn Kronos. However, the angel of death, or the Malach al-Maut, plays a major role in Islamic mythology and is actually one of the four archangels in that tradition. There, the angel of death, you'll notice that it's actually cognate with the Hebrew Malach HaMavet, Malach HaMaut, is actually mentioned in the Quran at Surah 32:11. It is in fact sometimes linked with a Jewish angel/demon, it's hard to say exactly, named Azrael, or God's helper. You'll notice that in Jewish mythology, the angel of death is very ever rarely given a proper name, though they are sometimes linked with Samael, or the quote, poison of God, who also appears in Gnostic mythology. There is an enormous and contested array of traditions associated with the angel of death in Islam. For instance, the painful extraction of the soul from the sinner and the pleasant extraction from the soul of the righteous, the post-mortem angelic examination before the day of judgment, and even that it's in fact the angel of death that has to deliver the bad news to those who cry out in agony in hell that they ain't getting out of here. Of course, this is only the very early history of the angel of death. This entity will go on to thrive in Jewish, Christian, and Islamic folklore, countlessly reappearing in cultural expressions around death and mourning. The Angel of Death has even gone on to become central in a completely new mode of religious expression known as the so-called cult, quote-unquote, of Santa Muerte. This is a fascinating new religious movement indeed. All topics for future exploration here at Esoterica. If you're interested in the plethora of early Jewish legends about the Malach HaMavet, or the Angel of Death, I've included a link in the description below to a collection of them over at Sefaria with Hebrew, Aramaic, and English translations. This episode has been kind of Passover themed, Angel of Death, Passover, yeah. So I hope you enjoyed it. I really also hope you enjoy this lovely time of the year. I hope we all experience our share of rebirth, and I hope we can play a couple of tricks on death. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and you've been watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. I've often challenged the rigid distinction between rationalism and mysticism, and I've argued that this distinction says more about where we find ourselves in intellectual history than how one goes about searching for fundamental truth. Perhaps no philosopher has been caught in this tug-of-war between rationalism and mysticism than Baruch Spinoza, derided as a heretic whose ideas were tantamount to atheistic rationalism, and praised as a man nothing short of intoxicated with God. Spinoza's philosophy cannot be so easily captured by simplistic and blunt analysis. In this episode, I want to explore the history of this tug-of-war between the rational Spinoza with his geometric logical method and a more hermetic, mystical Spinoza as a philosopher of eminent divine joy. This episode is also special because it's part of a collaboration with my friend and colleague Zevi over at Seekers of Unity. Of the people I've met over the years exploring mysticism, Zevi is among the most impressive. He manages to strike a balance between intellectual rigor and deep sensitivity on a topic that is as important for grasping the human experience as it is deeply difficult to study. Make sure to check out his project over at Seekers of Unity. You can check it out at the card above for a wide range of explorations of mysticism, including this series on pantheism, where we're working together to dive a bit deeper into the philosophy of Spinoza. And if you're interested in Hermetic philosophy, mysticism, or magic, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content as well. And if you want to support my work of making scholarly, accessible, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube, you may want to consider supporting my work on Patreon or with a one-time donation. Your support of Esoterica really does make this channel possible. I really appreciate it, and you can find those links below. So let's turn to the philosophy of Spinoza, the heretical atheist, the mystic of eminence, or both. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Spinoza was born on the 24th of November, 1632, to a mercantile family who had spent generations as refugees following the Alhambra decree, which in 1492 expelled hundreds of thousands of Jews from Spain. From what we can tell, he was raised in a relatively orthodox background, receiving a traditional Jewish education along with learning his family business. Though it appears that in his late teens or early 20s, he began to frequent the association of certain radical Protestant followers of the philosopher Descartes. You know, I think, therefore I am Descartes. While the reasons aren't exactly clear, Spinoza was subject to the cherem, or the excommunication from the Jewish community, on the 27th of July, 1656, at the age of 23. It seems that the excommunication was probably for several reasons, some of which included his emergent critical approach to the Hebrew Bible, his likely embrace of at least some aspects of the Cartesian philosophy, which at that time was considered kind of like an atheism, though Descartes does give at least three different proofs for the existence of God throughout the Meditations and all of his other works, so whatever atheism means when it comes to Cartesianism. Aside from theological and philosophical heterodoxy, Baruch was also in a dispute with his sister about the family business following their father's death, and temporary excommunication was sometimes used in the Amsterdam Jewish community as a means of enforcing social compliance. The excommunication decree was actually reconsidered in December of 2015 by the Amsterdam Jewish community. It was actually upheld. He's still excommunicated. Their argument? Why should the community change the decree when Spinoza himself expressed no interest in it being lifted? Spinoza wished to be in exile, and thus it was and should be. We may very well never know the reasons, but the writ of excommunication, while somewhat formulaic, is dreadful actually to read. What's fascinating is that while expelled from the Jewish community, Spinoza never converted to another religion, much to the confusion and chagrin of the times. In some sense, this makes Spinoza among the first figures to live outside of the system of organized religion at all. It may, in fact, make him something like the first secular person in Europe. I've always seen this as a testament to the strength of his character and the integrity of his beliefs. I mean, can you imagine the courage it must have taken to live as both ethnically Jewish, with all of the anti-Semitism that came along with that at that time, but also excommunicated from even the comforts of being a second-class citizen? Spinoza faced an exile within an exile within an exile. Though we shouldn't think of him as a hermit, he met with and corresponded with numerous examples of the rising bourgeois intellectual world, including Leibniz, the philosopher and co-inventor of the calculus, and Henry Oldenburg, the first secretary of the Royal Academy and the inventor of the modern system of peer review. Indeed, the lenses that Spinoza ground as his vocation, how he made a living, helped nascent astronomers like Huygens peer deeper into space and thus into time. Those very lenses likely also contributed to his death, likely by something like scoliosis, on the 21st of February 1677 at the young age of 44. His most important metaphysical works being so controversial they can only be published following his death. That very year, Spinoza's central metaphysical document, the Ethics, first appeared, and the debate over just what kind of philosophy this was hasn't ceased to this day. Was Spinoza an atheist that simply used the term God as a synonym for nature? Or was he a kind of mystical pantheist for whom nature was the immanence of God, or something altogether more complex? Spinoza's metaphysical legacy remains one of the most complex and difficult to settle in philosophical history. A very basic outline of the ethics runs something like this. God, or nature, Deus sive natura, to use Spinoza's language, is the only true substance of which everything else as we know them are modes or modulations of that substance, understood under the attributes of either extension, the aspect of matter, or thought, or through the aspect of the mind. Of course, God, or nature, has infinite attributes. We human beings only perceive those of thought and extension. Somewhat like Neoplatonic philosophy, between the infinity of God and the finiteness of individuals stands the finite and infinite mediate and immediate modes of both thought and extension. These comprise the total system of motion and rest. One could even use the word energy of matter, along with the spatial system of those bodies as the mediate and immediate modes of extension, which Spinoza refers to rather mysteriously as the, quote, face of the entire universe. Similarly, the totality of all information being processed in reality is the, quote, absolutely infinite understanding, comprising the immediate infinite eternal mode of thought. The immediate infinite and eternal mode of thought remains rather unclear in Spinoza's system, though one could perhaps deduce that it must be something like the totality of all minds, mine, yours, every mind, such they, quote, constitute at the same time the eternal and infinite intellect of God, as Spinoza puts it, though exactly what this is remains, like I said, a bit mysterious. That mode of substance, or God or nature, that is the human being, us, like all beings, strives to persist in being by an internal ontological force that Spinoza calls conatus. However, unlike many other beings, human conatus operates under and perceives the attribute of mind as much as its physical extension. Despite the perfection of being itself, the human mind is often limited by incorrect, corrupt, or otherwise inadequate ideas, especially forms of pesky emotions, what Spinoza calls the sad passions. By clarifying our mental perception of being, or nature, or God, we ascend through 3 stages of intellection, whereby confused and inadequate ideas give way to a final realization of our place within the perfect system of God or nature. By perceiving ourselves from this God's eye perspective, we're no longer the slave to our sad passions like hatred or greed or any other kinds of inadequate ideas, but rather we experience a kind of interior freedom where peace of mind, scientific clarity, and emotional tranquility all exist together in a state which Spinoza calls true blessedness. Now, I'm not going to pretend that my summary here does any justice to Spinoza's system. Oh yeah, did I mention that the Ethics is written like a geometry textbook with axioms and definitions and propositions, following one from another via logical deductions, with the occasional scholia and lemata to break it all up. This is referred to as the more geometrico, and it often proves to be a serious barrier for studying Spinoza's thought. Indeed, this all allows me to set up the question that is in fact the most germane one here in our study. Was Spinoza a mystical pantheist whose system seeks human unity with the divine, or was he just basically an atheist who only used God language to escape being completely written off and even persecuted by his contemporaries, and whose system basically leads to, well, nihilism? This question is very difficult to answer despite the fact that Spinoza wrote the Ethics in the geometric mode precisely such that the reader would perceive his ideas as clear and distinct. So what's going on here exactly? I think that we can only begin to answer that question by in fact exploring previous answers to just this problem. Atheist or mystic. A starting problem is the context of Spinoza's writing more generally. As you can probably imagine, during his life, Spinoza's thought was incredibly controversial. One of only 2 books he published during his lifetime, the Theological Political Tract of 1670, which criticized traditional interpretation of scriptures and argued for freedom of conscience and speech about religion, had to be published anonymously. Indeed, the printer even forged a false printer's mark to hide its origin. It was said to have been printed in Hamburg, Germany by one Heinricus Kunrad, clearly a reference to the Hermetic alchemist Heinrich Kunrad, who died in 1605. Why attribute the text to Kunrad? Well, here we already have a kind of Hermetic link to Spinoza, and it's perhaps that Kunrad already published such unusual Hermetic alchemical text that such an avant-garde theological political text would be weird enough to group them together. Regardless, the Amsterdam censor was not tricked by this attempt at subterfuge and declared the book was, quote, forged in hell by the devil and a renegade Jew. One could only hope to get such a rave review these days on any book of philosophy that one could imagine publishing. The Theological Political Tract was scandalous from the very beginning for basically declaring that religions as we know them are, quote, superstitions, and that such superstitions cannot validate state power, thus arguing for the de facto separation of church and state. Further, he criticized the traditional understanding of the Hebrew Bible by engaging in a very close reading of the text in the original Hebrew. He argued against the reality of miracles, and he argued for freedom of speech and freedom of conscience, specifically vis-a-vis institutional religion. While Leo Strauss has pointed out that the Theological Political Tract is a kind of esoteric text, it doesn't take much reading between the lines to see that this book was a bombshell for a world dominated by institutional religion, which underwrote state power. Unsurprisingly, Spinoza quickly gained a reputation for being a notorious atheist. Indeed, the term Spinozist and atheist became interchangeable in the years following his death, a shift that I think that followers of Descartes really welcomed. They were also typically known as atheists. Indeed, Spinoza came to deride the, quote, stupid Cartesians for promulgating this charge of atheism, one which he strenuously denied. Well, he denied merely physical extension existed. I'm not sure that makes him a theist in the robust sense, but still. Of course, in the Theological Political Tract, the state can oblige one to believe in God and the, quote, divine law, that whatever is hateful to yourself you shouldn't do to your neighbor. But again, what's going on here? Let's read between the lines. The moral law can be derived from the, quote, natural light of reason, and the God in that text that one is obliged to believe in is simply the result of a logical deduction about the principle of sufficient reason as it applies to the world. That is, the world has to have some kind of cause. That cause we simply call God. But note, there is very little traditional aspects of God, either Jewish or Christian, in terms that would have been understood by his contemporaries. And people at the time certainly realized that. Further, we learned in the Ethics that Spinoza's God not only does not perform miracles, but takes no notice of human beings at all. It's foolish, Spinoza notes, to pray or even love God with the expectation that God hears or loves you back. And his God has neither will, nor intellect, nor feeling, but operates according to the necessary laws internal to it, of which the modes, including us, are equally locked into this vast system of necessary determination. This is not a God that hears your prayers to help you pass your calculus exams. Indeed, one may wonder if you were to do a kind of search and replace throughout Spinoza's ethics, which sounds somewhat mystical, even Neoplatonic at times, and just replace the term God with nature, which Spinoza himself seems to think would be completely appropriate, Deus sive natura, would anything of philosophical or theological merit be lost in the substitution? And this is what's maddening about this question. There are reasons from Spinoza to indicate no. The system is a form of theological naturalism for which God is simply identified with nature in a kind of God equals nature equation, God having no separate ontological reality apart from the total system of nature. This seems to be what Albert Einstein thought when he was asked by Rabbi Herbert Goldstein in 1929 if he, Einstein, believed in God. Einstein actually wrote back, quote, "I believe in Spinoza's God, who reveals himself in the lawful harmony of the world, not in a God who concerns himself with the fate and the doings of mankind." Although Einstein may even be a bit more of a theist than this read of Spinoza, the Einsteinian Spinoza's God still, quote, reveals the, quote, lawful harmony of the world, whereas that is precisely what's up for debate in this question. Though Einstein was a physicist and not a theologian or a philosopher. So, regardless, in the years following his death, Spinoza was certainly derided as an atheist whose theological deflation simply reduced God to nature, thus effectively rejecting the existence of any deity at all. You can see this attitude expressed in early images of Spinoza, where he is simply described as Judaeus et atheistia, Jew and atheist. However, by the early 18th century, this would begin to change, if ever so slightly. In 1699, Wagner for the first time links Spinoza's thought with the Jewish mystical speculations of the Kabbalah. Ever since then, numerous scholars have attempted to find a clear and distinct link between Kabbalistic writings on the one hand and Spinoza's system on the other, though I think to little avail ultimately. To what degree Spinoza learned Kabbalah before his excommunication isn't clear, though it was certainly in the air. Shabbatai Tzvi was declared Messiah in the summer of 1665, about 9 years after Spinoza was excommunicated. Spinoza was even asked his opinion about the whole Shabbatai Tzvi Messiah business, but sadly, his reply has not survived. Though I can't imagine him being terribly impressed by the Kabbalistic Messiah. Though, at least in the early Spinoza, such as his treatise on the improvement of the intellect of around 1662, we read that the goal of philosophy is, quote, the knowledge of the union that the mind has with the whole of nature. This sounds quite mystical without getting too much into the weeds of what that mysticism might be. Though I should point out that Spinoza mentions the Kabbalah by name only once in his surviving writings, and it's not a rosy reference. We read in the theological political tract mentioned earlier of about 1670 that, quote, "I have also read and am acquainted with a number of Kabbalistic triflers, whose insanity passes the bounds of my understanding." If Spinoza's system were influenced by Kabbalah, it seems to have been, at best, indirect, perhaps through Ibn Ezra, whose own Kabbalistic signposts are themselves intentionally hidden in his biblical commentaries, or perhaps through the influence of Abraham Cohen de Herrera, as Miguel Beltran has argued. Indeed, speculations about the origin of Spinoza's pantheism reach far and wide, from perennial philosophy to possible Sufi contact through his father's business, to Renaissance Hermeticism, especially Giordano Bruno, and, of course, Kabbalah. Though I have to say that I find the similarities between Spinoza's system and Kabbalah or even other forms of monism like those of Advaita Vedanta or the teachings of the Upanishads to be much more the result of typological homology rather than direct or indirect intellectual influence. To this day, scholars have been unable to point to a single direct influence from any of these sources. For instance, to my knowledge, there is no evidence that Spinoza even read Giordano Bruno, much less was influenced by him in his thinking. Despite this, one of the most influential histories of philosophy in English by the Jesuit Frederick Cothelstone still forwards the theory that Bruno ultimately influences Spinoza, despite the fact that we have no reason really to believe that. Indeed, I think much of this confusion is from people not reading Spinoza on his own terms. One of the key strengths of Spinoza's system is that he very, very carefully stipulates every major philosophical term in his project. So terms like God, substance, attribute, mode, essence, mind, extension, while having their origins in the lexicon of medieval scholasticism, are given radically innovative definitions in Spinoza's system. I mean, so radical that God becomes an extended thing in his thinking. This is an absolutely heretical idea in any school of medieval philosophy. The mistake I think people make and continue to make is that they read terms that they are familiar with, or they think that they're familiar with, like God, and rather than understand them strictly in the way that Spinoza meant for them to operate in his system, they begin to play fast and loose with similar terms in other philosophical systems that use similar kinds of ideas. While the terms are perhaps verbally the same, I use God, you use God, Aquinas uses God, Spinoza uses God, to equivocate on their use in the Spinoza system as they appear in other schools of thought virtually necessitates a misreading of Spinoza's ideas. Thus, Spinoza ends up being cast in the light of Kabbalah or Advaita Vedanta or even mechanical materialism, all the while the actual Spinoza system is misread, misunderstood, and decomposed as if by a worm in its blood. Sorry, that's a pretty obscure Spinoza reference. Indeed, one of the studies I most admire of Spinoza is the deeply critical analysis of Jonathan Bennett, precisely because he takes the inner world of Spinoza's system in absolute serious and painstaking detail. Of course, it's such an eviscerating take on Spinoza's thought that it sometimes brought me to tears. But the rigor of the dissection, how much care Bennett shows precisely by his mastery of Spinoza's thought on exactly Spinoza's terms, is positively breathtaking. And personally, I think that a criticism that takes a thinker radically serious on their own terms is far superior to any superficial fanboyism. Authentic criticism is almost always an act of admiration. Or at least I tell myself that when I read some of y'all's comments. Thank you. Sadly, the early history of the reception of Spinoza's philosophy was rarely from actually reading his works. Indeed, the inadequate summary of his ideas by Pierre Bayle in 1697 was the most common and popular, and often this version was attacked as if it were a true account of Spinozism. Similarly defective, though popular French summaries of the time would also go on to influence the militant anti-religion and libertine thought of the 18th century. In 1705, the Irish Lockean philosopher John Toland actually coined the term pantheism to describe the philosophy in which God was identified with nature, a position he ascribed to both Spinoza and Moses, like biblical Moses for some reason. It's just worth repeating that the term pantheism was basically invented to describe what Toland took to be Spinoza's system. So the link between pantheism, the word at least, literally begins with an analysis of the philosophy of Spinoza. So this is clearly indicating a kind of theological naturalism. However, the atheistic, naturalistic destroyer of religious superstition would give way to a far more Baroque concept of Spinoza's thought. Through the 18th century, especially in France, Spinoza's system would not only be employed as part of the attack on traditional religion, but also, and to some degree ironically, as an attack on what was perceived as the mechanical philosophy of the radical materialists. The mechanists, as you may remember, held that the world was something akin to a vast machine in which every element functioned like the components of a clock. Here, the world was understood fundamentally and really only under the guise of physical extension, or matter in motion. However, discoveries in biology, and especially questions about how inorganic matter could give rise not only to organic life, but also to consciousness, prompted a new kind of interest in Spinoza. Recall that in Spinoza's system, God or nature could be understood by both the attributes of thought and extension. Thought was just as much a fundamental aspect of reality as physical objects extended in space. In this reading, the cosmos becomes something like a vast, living entity rather than a mere mechanism. Spinoza's system becomes read as a kind of vast cosmic vitalism. Indeed, it's a kind of early panpsychism, with nature itself being just as much consciousness as physical extension, with our singular consciousnesses being but modes of this vast cosmic consciousness. This vitalist shift, especially in French thinking about Spinoza, continues in some sense to this day, as we'll see when we get to figures like Deleuze in a moment. Of course, at the same time that Spinoza is being biologized in France, his thought becomes the center of an intellectual firestorm in Germany and the Enlightenment. Not to get too much into the weeds of the so-called Pantheismusstreit, or the pantheism controversy, the central question of the controversy was this: does the Enlightenment, with its focus on the supremacy of reason, ultimately lead to pantheism and, by logical extension, to atheism? Of course, this is a major concern because many Enlightenment thinkers held that some kind of détente could be achieved between faith and reason. You can think of something like Immanuel Kant's famous 1793 book, Religion Within the Bounds of Reason Alone. However, Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi argued that lurking behind the Enlightenment was a vast gulf of not just atheism, but full-blown nihilism, a term actually forged by Jacobi in some sense to describe the destructive power of the Enlightenment, or Spinozism. Now, to be clear, Jacobi wasn't just being a religious stooge or anything like that. Something very much like this position was even held by the Scottish skeptic David Hume, who regarded Spinoza's system as, quote, true atheism backed by what he called the hideous hypothesis of his metaphysics. Well, Jacobi's answer was to introduce the importance of a kind of moderated form of belief, or even faith, Glaube, back into philosophy, though this was met by not a little scorn on the part of the Enlightenment folk. I have to say, this whole pantheism controversy business, which I'm only covering here very thinly, reminds me a bit about contemporary debates about disenchantment and the re-enchantment of the modern world, whatever that is, in religious studies. That is, the idea that the Enlightenment scientific modernity stripped the world of religious and spiritual qualities and that the new religious movements are, in various ways, attempting to re-inject spirituality and religion into contemporary life. I'll leave aside the question as to whether or not the world was ever really disenchanted. It wasn't. But the pantheism controversy really seems to be live now in a way that seems interesting to me now. But the key question was whether Spinoza's system led via pantheism to atheism and thus to nihilism, the destruction of all values. Oddly, the very prompt for the whole debate also became its solution in a sense. The rationalist Spinoza would soon become transformed into the romantic Spinoza. That Spinoza system would come to represent atheistic nihilism in one conversation and a way of understanding the universe as an entity alive and teeming with consciousness in another reveals just how tortured the conversation had become through the 18th and 19th centuries. The two would oddly come together in the German Romantics. As the dust settled following the Pantheismus-Streit, which my spell checker wants to make into Pantheism Street for whatever reason, it's over there by Sesame Street, the Romantics were increasingly interested in a religious philosophy in which divinity was radically immanent to the vast beauty and wonder of nature rather than some transcendent sky dad. God combined with nature? Deus sua natura, you say? Well, how about yet another Spinoza remix? German pantheism meets French vitalism to forge a truly romantic reading of Spinoza. It's here that we have the poet Novalis famously declaring that Spinoza is the man intoxicated with God, and Hegel arguing, quote, "The fact is that Spinoza is a made testing point in modern philosophy, so that it may be said, really, you are either a Spinozist or you're not a philosopher at all." Of course, Spinoza, for Hegel, is just the starting point for philosophy and not its culmination. The culmination will be Hegel. Of course, it will be Hegel. Nietzsche even declared in 1881, "I have a forerunner, and what a forerunner," referring to Spinoza's focus on pure joy, such that, quote, as Spinoza would write, "The free person thinks least of all of death, and his wisdom is a meditation not on death, but on life." For Nietzsche, Spinoza was a philosopher whose liberation from dogmatic theology, this in some ways prefigures the famous death of God, described in a book I might remind you called The Joyful Science, allowed Spinoza to uphold the values of life and joy rather than the servile, sad passions which so dominate Western philosophy and religiosity, according to Nietzsche. This quasi-mystical or just mystical reading of Spinoza has perhaps no greater recent champion than the 20th century French philosopher Gilles Deleuze. For Deleuze, this is a bit akin to Nietzsche, Spinozism is a philosophy of radical metaphysical immanence. This, of course, is to be contrasted with nearly 2,000 years of religion and philosophy in which reality, what is said to be truly real, whether it be the divine realm of religion, the realm of the Platonic forms, the Neoplatonic one, or the Gnostic world of light, is thought to be a realm transcendent to our own. For Deleuze, Spinoza represents a philosophy committed to a radical ontological immanence, in which reality itself is an expression of an ontology seething with desire and power. Because Spinoza's system rejects ontological transcendence, Deleuze conceives of the Ethics, Spinoza's chief text, as a truly dangerous book to all of Western metaphysics, and in one of his seminars actually likens the book not only to a magical grimoire, but the most frightening of all tomes of sorcery. In one of his lectures on his infamously difficult book with Guattari, Anti-Oedipus, he declares that, quote, the true name of the ethics is the Necronomicon, a reference to that horrid volume in Lovecraftian lore. Yet, this most dangerous book of magic is said to be authored by a kind of savior, a philosophic messiah. In their final work together, What is Philosophy?, Deleuze and Guattari declare, quote, Spinoza is the Christ of philosophers, and the greatest philosophers are hardly more than apostles who distance themselves or draw near to this mystery. We have in Spinoza almost too much to comprehend. From the arc rationalist employing the clarity and distinctness of the geometric method to exorcise all remnants of superstitions from the mind of modernity, to Spinoza the mystic and sorcerer, whose philosophy teems with joy and desire, conjuring away transcendence in favor of a radical metaphysics of immanence. According to his writ of excommunication, he was author of, quote, abominable heresies, and according to his most recent prophet, nothing less than the Christ of the philosophers. But we leave Spinoza in perhaps the most difficult place imaginable, somewhere between heretic and Christ. But as he leaves us at the end of the Ethics, he reminds us, all things excellent are as difficult as they are rare. All the more reason to study a bit of Spinoza's philosophy if you never have, and to give it another read, perhaps seeing it less as a text of philosophy, but perhaps as a grimoire with the power to threaten the very metaphysics of Western philosophy. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and you've been watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Religions, or at least religious authorities, can find themselves in a bit of a bind. On the one hand, religious truths are often touted to be, well, fundamentally true and true for all time. However, on the other hand, what is clear from any sustained analysis of religious ideas is that they change over time for a wide variety of reasons. No religion begins and ends its history without the inner workings and the outer doings of that religion altering considerably. I would be shocked if Jesus or Siddhartha Gautama would even recognize the religions founded in their names. Surprisingly, or unsurprisingly, depending on what your expectations are, this is also true of the concept of the afterlife. I say surprising because the question of the afterlife is often taken to be among the most fundamental for a religion. Whether that answer is post-mortem bliss or punishment, enlightenment, transformation, unification with the one, reincarnation, or oblivion, religions tend to take a surprisingly dogmatic line on a state we can't logically know that much about. Ibn Rushd, just to take a rather radical historical theologian, held that the literal existence of the afterlife was one of the few doctrines in Islam that could not, under any circumstances, be read metaphorically. That the concept of the afterlife would alter through time is among the most tectonic of religious changes. But that is exactly what happened in the history of the afterlife for those for whom the Hebrew Bible, called the Old Testament by Christians, is sacred scripture. Rather than finding heaven or hell in that vast library of ancient Israelite texts, we find a very different afterlife there, Sheol. In this episode, we're going to explore this now extinct afterlife, its cultural contexts, its denizens, and how it came to be replaced by other theories of the afterlife. So, before there was heaven or hell, there was Sheol. I hope you'll join me as I explore the afterlife of an afterlife. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. The ancient Near East, like virtually all cultures, was rather taken with the afterlife. From Mesopotamia, we have several different descent to the underworld epics, the most famous of which stars Inanna, or Ishtar, visiting her older sister and queen, Ereshkigal, and becoming trapped in the underworld. Only by her husband, Duzumit, now enshrined in the Jewish month named Tammuz, and his sister becoming kind of twin alternating hostages, is Inanna able to escape the shadowy citadel of the underworld capital of Ganzir. The underworld is a dark, distant place associated in the Sumerian mind with the Zagros Mountains to the east. It's often called Kur, or just mountain in their mysterious language, and is a kind of shadowy, gloomy version of our land, vast and light. Of course, the Egyptian culture also had a terrifically complex afterlife that underwent numerous changes through the eons of that culture's development. From the automatic mummification offered by the sands of the desert, to the royal deification and the ascent to the stars provided by the pyramid texts, to the democratization of the afterlife and custom-produced books of coming forth by day, which is also ironically named the Book of the Dead. I say it's ironically named that because it was actually for people who had precisely survived death and, well, reached the afterlife. The Egyptians imagined various afterlives and various means by achieving them. By the New Kingdom, one's heart was actually weighed against the feather of cosmic justice, or Ma'at, and failing to be sufficiently morally pure, one's soul, one's ka, was consumed by the demonic Ammit. Otherwise succeeding, one joined the divine Osiris in the next life. In the glory years prior to the Bronze Age collapse, the people of Canaan told the epic of Baal, who defeated the watery forces of chaos in the form of the sea, or Yam, but also descended to the underworld to engage in battle with Mot, or death. Temporarily killed, Baal is resurrected, and here the storm god forever contends with the god of drought and death in the yearly cycle of the winter rains and the parched earth of the summer. All three of these ancient cultures had complex and evolving conceptions of the afterlife. Thus, it will be unsurprising for you to learn that the afterlife of those most famous Canaanites, the Israelites, is going to reflect, refract, and remix many of their neighbors' concepts into their own concept of the afterlife, Sheol. The word die or death, mavet in various forms in Hebrew, appears to occur exactly 1,000 times in the Hebrew Bible, with the technical name for the afterlife, Sheol, occurring 66 times. These are almost equally distributed in the prophetic works with 21 times, the wisdom works 20 times, the prophetic literature, Sheol appears 17 times, and with only a smattering in the narrative text, there it only appears 8 of the 66 times. Only 66 mentions in such a wide range of texts, with life and death, divine judgment, and legal adherence being central themes, reveals that the afterlife was simply wasn't a major concern of Israelite religious or literary society. Despite this relative unconcern with the afterlife, there is enough data to provide at least a sketch of what the concept of Sheol meant to them. The word almost always appears without a definite article indicating that it was a proper name, though oddly it never occurs in narrative accounts of deaths, which happen a lot in the Hebrew Bible. Even people killed precisely because of religious failure, we never really see something like, and so-and-so died and they went to Sheol. Further, it's never mentioned in the legal sections of the Bible as a kind of punishment or reward for obeying or disobeying the divine law. Those punishments and rewards are almost always this worldly and are typically cashed out in terms of life duration, large families, and agricultural success. Finally, the term seems to occur through all the literary periods captured by the Hebrew Bible, and the word only occurs in the Hebrew Bible with one exception. A mention in a letter from the Jewish military colony on Elephantine Island in Upper Egypt. Given that the word Sheol never appears anywhere else, it seems at least reasonable to conclude that it was a uniquely Israelite term for the afterlife. Now, typically with Semitic languages, etymological analysis provides us at least some clue as to what words mean. Unfortunately, this isn't true with the term Sheol. Scholars have provided nearly a dozen possible origins for this term. There's some on the screen now, though there's no scholarly agreement on the meaning of this word. We just don't know what the word Sheol means. As you can see, we have everything from a Hebrew root or shoresh meaning something like to inquire, which seems closest from a phonological point of view, though not really conceptually connected to the underworld, to a possible connection in Akkadian with the god Shubala being an epithet perhaps of Ereshkigal, the queen of the dead, and thus Sheol becomes a kind of Hebrew place name for the underworld by association, although that term only occurs twice in the entire Akkadian corpus. Sheol was also associated with terms like pit, ditch, and grave. There are 6 instances also where it's described as Abaddon, or destruction. This actually goes on to become the angel of the bottomless pit in the Apocalypse of John. Though it's also worth noting that Sheol never gets personified in the Hebrew Bible like Mot in the earlier Canaanite mythologies. I have to admit that none of these etymologies are terribly satisfying, and that the origin of this word will likely remain mysterious. The term Sheol is also a great example of when a specific theological concern is brought to bear in translation. The Presbyterian R. Laird Harris rejected the idea that Sheol was the destination of all the dead, good and evil, and for theological reasons tied to his Christian faith. Given this, he refused to read the term Sheol as basically anything other than the literal grave that a corpse is put into. In fact, he argued that the ancient Hebrews couldn't imagine anything deeper than a really deep grave for some reason, because, they never talked about the ocean or anything like that. Regardless, this wouldn't have been a big deal. People have all kinds of, let's call them, odd ideas about how to do Bible translation, if he weren't the chairman of the Committee on Bible Translation for the New International Version, or the NIV edition of the Bible, probably the second most popular translation of the Bible into English. So this is a case where one guy's very idiosyncratic read of the Hebrew Bible basically gutted a hugely popular translation of the Bible of an entire Israelite religious concept, and a concept of no less importance than that of the afterlife. It looks like it's going to be an early day for whiskey here at Esoterica. Okay, welcome back. So, what do we know about this place, Sheol? Well, the news isn't good, but at least we didn't translate it away. One has always said to descend to Sheol after death, and unlike other cultures, there are no ancient Israelite stories of heroes descending into Sheol only to escape triumphant. Yes, I know that in Christian mythology, Jesus performs the so-called harrowing of hell, but by then, the fully Israelite concept of Sheol as a kind of afterlife was already a bit of a distant memory. I think it's better to understand the theological work in Jesus' descent within a larger Hellenistic rather than an Israelite alone religious context. Regardless, Sheol is an underworld, properly speaking. It is literally thought to be an underground place and is associated with dirt and darkness, maggots, worms, stillness, and silence. We are told that it is the most distant place from the Israelite God, and that those in Sheol know nothing and can offer no further praise of the divine. Further, it appears that everyone, regardless of moral righteousness or failure, arrives there, and that escape is impossible. While there are 3 accounts of physical resurrection from the dead in the Hebrew Bible, curiously enough, all 3 are actually associated with these shamanic prophetic characters of Elijah and his companion Elisha. All 3 of those resurrections occur shortly after death, and none after the body is entombed. Of course, Elijah and Enoch are both famous for having never died, so they don't have to escape Sheol, but it appears that all that die can't. However, there are a few fleeting references to the Israelite God being able to raise someone out of Sheol if God likes, so this never occurs in any of the texts of the Hebrew Bible. Though it's not a place of punishment, there is some sense that the evil are placed in a more deep or more remote section of Sheol geographically, but this could just be a kind of poetic flourish. We're also told that it is prison-like, with gates and bars, and that those there are bound with cords or chains. There's no activity to speak of in Sheol, though sluggish movement seems kind of possible. Those there are described as weak, and inactivity seems to be the norm. In the end, Sheol is a gloomy, cave-like realm of stillness, forgetfulness, silence, and decay. It is the eternal twilight after a death which never quite becomes oblivion. While Sheol represents a kind of post-mortem equality, there is an earlier stratum in Israelite conceptions of the afterlife which more reflects their Canaanite forebears. In the earlier Bronze Age texts from Ugarit, we learn of ghost-like entities called Raphe Uma, although the vocalization of this word isn't quite clear. These entities seem to have been semi-divine ancestor spirits, often previous political leaders and military heroes, who can return from the underworld to celebrate certain festivals, especially the New Year festival, with the living at a communal drinking party called a marzich or a marzeach. We're not again sure of the pronunciation. Curiously enough, their name seems to come from a root meaning something like to heal, though it isn't clear if they're the ones being healed, like being healed of life. You can think of Socrates at the end of the Phaedo, or perhaps they did the healing through magical intercession, or it could just mean something completely else. We just don't know. It's worth pointing out, however, that ancient Near East medicine was deeply connected to exorcistic rituals to cure various illnesses precisely caused by various kinds of malevolent ghosts. Something of these concepts seems to have survived into Israelite culture, though it appears controversially so. In Hebrew, the Rephaim describe a range of different beings, though they are usually linked to unusual, heroic, or kind of gigantic beings like the literal giants, such as Og of Bashan. In a few places in the Hebrew Bible, the term seems to continue to reflect the more archaic Canaanite sense of the ancient, powerful dead. Though in the 8 times this term occurs to refer to the dead, it never occurs with a definite article. It seems that by that time it's entered into Hebrew and has become a kind of general term for those that exist in Sheol. The drinking party or symposium in honor of and with the dead, the Marzich or the Marzeach of ancient Canaanite practice, also seems to have continued to be practiced by the Israelites, though seemingly controversially. It's only mentioned twice in the Hebrew Bible and only in the prophets Amos and Jeremiah, and there it's vociferously condemned for various reasons. Likewise, Levitical law forbids self-mutilation on account of the dead. This becomes the general basis for a prohibition on tattooing in later rabbinical jurisprudence. The only person in all of Israelite literature described as having emerged for any time at all from Sheol is the prophet Samuel, who's summoned by the Baalat Ov, or the necromancer at Endor, at the behest of the distraught king Saul. As you probably know, his war with the Philistines was going poorly, and God had gone silent in guiding the king, which is to say that the legitimate modes of divination had fallen silent. Out of desperation, he turns to a practice that he actually outlawed, the rousing of the dead to tell the future. Just good old-fashioned necromancy. The necromancer, well, here she's a necromantrix. Look, I know it's Greek and not Latin third declension, but I had to do it. Necromantrix is an amazing word. At any rate, she is successful, and Samuel rises out of the earth as an Elohim, or a god, or a divine being. Now, I know that it's weird that the ghost of Samuel would be referred to as an Elohim, but it's worth pointing out that in other ancient Near East texts, these Rephaim, or ghosts, are often described as being Elim, or gods. So it must have been a common idea in that time. Well, God basically appears and confirms that Saul's been abandoned and he's going to die on the battlefield the very next day. Sorry, Saul. If you're curious to learn more about Israelite magical practices like the necromantrix or the Baalat Ov, check out my episode on that topic in the card above. Now, whether the prophet Samuel's knowledge of the future was because of his former life as a prophet, they kind of sometimes know about the future, or because special knowledge is had by the dead isn't exactly clear. But such necromantic practices long predate this story and are practiced widely in various cultures at various times. It seems to be a kind of metaphysical commonplace that the dead exist and know of temporal events in a way that we don't or simply can't. They seem to know about time or relate to time and the events in time in a way that seems to give them foreknowledge or deep knowledge of the past in a way that we simply don't have. Sheol proved to be the only Israelite concept of the afterlife through the entire period of the composition of the Hebrew Bible. However, following the Babylonian exile and contact with both Persian and Hellenistic cultures, the Israelite Jewish conception of the afterlife underwent massive renovation with the rise of the apocalyptic mode of Judaism. In fact, it's precisely during this period that the afterlife is bifurcated into the blissful heavenly ascent, a robust concept of physical resurrection and divine judgment, and, of course, a realm of, unending torment, such as Gehenna or Hell. These all become popular in Judaism, and, of course, go on to great fame in Christianity and Islam. Curiously, the afterlife in Judaism would continue to develop, with a radically Kabbalistic renovation of the concept starting in the 13th century, and nothing short of reincarnation being introduced and normalized starting in the 16th century. I suspect the afterlife hasn't seen its last renovation. If you're interested in magic, esotericism, or the occult, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content on topics on esotericism. I think you'll find them interesting. Also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube, I hope that you consider supporting my work on Patreon or with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I deeply appreciate your consideration of supporting my work on this channel. This episode wouldn't have been possible without consulting the most exhaustive and up-to-date study of Sheol. That's Philip Johnston's Shades of Sheol. This is a wonderfully careful text and takes in a wide range of sources from the ancient Near East to synthesize as clear picture as you're going to get of what Sheol was. As you might imagine, the text can be a little specialized at times, but does really manage to be approachable nonetheless. If you want an all-around academic study of the afterlife from the ancient Near East to the rise of Islam, then make sure to check out Alan Siegel's Life After Death. This massive tome, which is actually really affordable used, covers a profound width and depth of analysis, and Siegel's scholarship is incredibly top-notch. You may actually know him from his study on the so-called Two Powers and Heaven heresy, which is also a really fine work of scholarship on its own. Finally, I would also recommend Richard Steiner's book Disembodied Souls if you're interested in that topic and as it appears in the ancient Near East. While this text is rather technical and it may be a bit inaccessible for the non-specialist, it is a solid work of scholarship, and it also includes the best analysis I've seen of that weird witches catching souls and net basket passages in Ezekiel I've seen. Sorry, that kind of got into the weeds there all of a sudden. Well, until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
And get 10% off your first order. That's KACHAVA.com/Tony. Hey y'all, you don't have to be an athlete to need extra hydration throughout the day. Liquid IV has you covered with 3 times the electrolytes of the leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients for everyday wellness. No matter what you're up to, Liquid IV will keep you hydrated. Liquid IV hydrates twice as fast as regular water alone. We use it all the time. I love it. I absolutely need it after hot yoga, after a hot day on the golf course, or just any normal activity. It makes me feel good. Red Band?
Liquid IV is now available in 3 sugar-free flavors: white peach, my favorite is green grape, and lemon lime, with no artificial sweeteners in it. You get amazing flavor without that gross, bitter aftertaste. It's gluten-free, it's dairy-free, soy-free, and has no GMOs. Liquid IV is an amazing addition to your hydration routine.
Grab your Liquid IV hydration multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or you can get 20% off when you go to liquidiv.com and use code TONY at checkout. That's 20% off anything you order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code TONY at liquidiv.com. Hey y'all, with the changing of the seasons, it's time to change up the way you cook. Let go of meal planning, shopping, and food prep, and let HelloFresh take the reins. They send fresh ingredients with easy recipes right to your door, so cooking is a total breeze. With 40 recipes and over 100 add-on items to choose from each week, there's always something new to love. And right now, you can even snag their fall flavors line and get appetizers like barbecue pulled pork nachos. Delicious. Red Band.
If you're counting calories or following a specific meal plan, it can be hard to find meals that fit your guidelines, but HelloFresh makes it easy with vegetarian, family-friendly, and fit wholesome options.
Yum. Go to HelloFresh.com/50KTShow and use code 50KTShow for 50% off plus free shipping. That's HelloFresh.com/50KTShow and use code 50KTShow for 50% off and free shipping. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Manscaped has leveled up, and so should you. They've launched the 5th generation performance package featuring the all-new Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. When you're going for a close shave below the belt, you want the best of the best, or else you're going to cut your nuggets. This new trimmer features 2 interchangeable blade heads with 3 length setting combs and waterproofing. You can get any look, anywhere. Perhaps you're into a mohawk for your weenie, or as I call it, a brohawk. Red Band.
You know, I used to just pull out my pubes, but no more. The Performance Package 5.0 also features that new Weed Whacker 2.0 ear and nose hair trimmer, Crop Preserver ball deodorant, Crop Soother toner, and 2 free gifts.
Let me see what you're working with there. Beautiful. Get 20% off plus free shipping with code KILLTONY at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping with the code KILLTONY at manscaped.com. You know, can I just say, going to concerts is amazing, but buying a ticket is frustrating. It's expensive, and you have to plan so far in advance. Stop the stress with Game Time. It's the fast and easy way to buy tickets for all the sports, music, theater, and comedy near you. They have killer deals on last-minute tickets and the best price guarantee, so you can stop stressing and start getting excited for all the fun you'll have. I absolutely love it. You know, with the Game Time guarantee and all the other fun stuff, I just went and saw, you'll never believe who. You want to know who I saw?
Who did you see?
You want to know?
Who?
I saw Guns N' Roses.
What?
Red Band.
Game Time will credit you also 110% of the difference if you find a ticket somewhere else in the same section and row for less. Talk about a good deal.
That is the Game Time guarantee. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code KILLTONY for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account, redeem code KILLTONY for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed. Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? This feels like a good crowd in here. How many of you are real fans of the show? And you probably know, sometimes, I book every single episode of the show myself, and I try to think of what did we do the week before, what did we do 2 weeks before, where are we going, what have we done? And on top of having some of the most famous featured Netflix new special comedians, sometimes I like featuring and showing you guys the style of the future and the present. This is a very special one. If you guys are really fans of the show, I think you're going to be tremendously excited. I always know when it's going to be a really funny episode. The one airing tonight, for example, Dr. Phil, played by Adam Ray, and Sam Talent. I warned people for weeks, that's an episode you're not going to want to miss. I spent 80% of the episode here laughing while trying to host the show at the same time. This is one of those episodes that I think is going to be a thing of legends. I could be wrong. Who fucking knows? But I very rarely am wrong. This is the central core of what I believe is the future of Kill Tony. Their first time ever as panelists. You're watching history. This is what we would call a Jackie Robinson-like moment. As I present to you your guests for this evening, their first time sitting on panel of Kill Tony, their first time not doing a minute, and instead sitting here. Make some noise for Cam Patterson and David Jones. Oh my God. Oh shit. Woo! Let's fucking go. We're spending the whole night together. Can you people give me a gang violence? Oh shit. Tyler Perry presents Kill Tony. This is unbelievable. Red Band, we are outnumbered on this stage right now. I don't know if you noticed that or not. This is a first. This is, oh shit, you're right. 5 on 3 and whatever the fuck Paul Beamer is. What are you? Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, you're fired. I fucking love it. Welcome, gentlemen.
Yeah, we outside, nigga.
Fucking happy bitch. Oh, let's get a little more juice on these microphones if we can. How about a hand for Kino in the back? He's deep in the darkness. He never gets the respect he deserves back there. One of the true necessities of the show. Fun fact about him, came over one of the must-hires we demanded from Vulcan Gas Company. He's been working sound on the show forever. Love you, Kino. He's back there. And here we are. Black and Milds are lit. Black and mild, and I do believe we're about to get black and wild.
Better fucking bet it.
We're definitely going to be black, that's for sure. This episode is brought to you by Yoo-Hoo Chocolate Drink.
And we eat
We're deep over here tonight. Yeah, no, I know. I already tucked my wallet deep into my pocket.
and I already took his.
Hell yeah. Oh, he's reaching for it, too. He's reaching for it right when you said it. Oh, I fucking love it. We're going to have a lot of fun here. You guys are legends on the show. You know how it works. Everybody gets a minute. Over 177 human beings signed up for the chance to perhaps get pulled out of this bucket. What the fuck is that black string in there? What is that? Oh, it's connected to the Undertaker. One fell out? Oh, okay. Grab it. We'll make that be the first one. Why not? Oh, one fell out there too? Sweet. That'll be it. So we pre-pulled a name. There's a big bar next door with literally 177 people in it, and whoever signed up in the room is in addition to that 177. So that name goes over there. We pull that person out, and they will be waiting behind the stage. And you know how it works. When I pull a name out, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time's up, and you hear the sound of a kitten. means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which just interrupts them. And then I interview them. We find out more about them, potentially what else they could talk about, what makes them interesting, and they get to talk to my esteemed panel of uneducated comedians.
I went to college for a year and a half.
You did?
And I read real good, nigga.
What college did you go to?
I went to Florida A&M University. It's a black school.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I ain't finished that shit. Don't clap, motherfucker. What y'all clapping for? My mama mad as hell still.
We know you didn't finish. You said it was a black school.
Damn.
A year and a half, that basically made you a fucking legend there. They probably had statues
My
of
mama
you.
was proud. She was proud for a little while.
What were you going for?
Computer science, but I barely know. Hey, whoa.
You know you're fucked up when everybody laughs at computer science.
I graduated with a 3.5. I'm smart.
Wait,
I just smoke weed.
3.5 on what? Your DUI test? What's
Hey,
happening?
motherfucker. What you ain't shit,
Equalizer?
Tony? No, I'm smart a little bit. Just a little bit.
Cam,
Not
did you
a
go
whole
to
lot.
college?
Fuck milk. Yeah, nah. I went to Valencia for a month just to sell weed, and then I had left.
Hell yeah.
That boy can barely read and write, man.
Absolutely. Bama, reading right. Well, while they go grab that comedian from next door, we do have a comedian to go on first. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy starts every single episode of the show. A legend. You know the whole story. I mean, ups and downs and highs and lows and everything in between. Headlining all around the country, selling out, crushing, having fans come back for more. He's a sensation. He writes a new minute every week. Not easy to do. Getting tonight's show started. You guys know the song at all? Sing it if you know it. Make some noise for us.
Black and mild, more like black and a child. I think they should introduce a new submission in the UFC where if you can hold down your opponent and pretend to have butt sex with him for 10 seconds, not only do you win the fight, but your opponent now has to retire. Because if you're in a real fight and you get butt fucked, but you still win the fight, no one's gonna remember that you won the fight. No one's gonna remember you got butt fucked. And you're probably gonna have to move. It's been a pretty hot summer. As an Asian, I hate it when the temperature matches my test scores. I prefer Mexican test scores. 70 to 72. All right, thank you.
Hans Camp, ladies and gentlemen, with a brand new minute. Black and Child, let's talk about it. Came out guns a-blazing. Are you calling Cam a child?
It's very youthful and
I appreciate that, my nigga. I just want to say, fuck Rick Diaz, nigga. We gonna kill him.
yeah.
It's a little inside baseball, but yes, absolutely. Oh, no, I see what you're saying. Yes, Rick Diaz challenging him again and again and again, and he finally got it. You are challenging Rick Diaz in the arena, sold out HEB Center, New Year's Eve. One of you will be doing a new minute every single week, and the other will be temporarily at least banned from the show. Have you been thinking about this at all?
Yeah, I've been saving up and thinking about it and just wondering how I'm going to crush this European with my American might.
Hell yeah.
That's right.
Hell yeah. Fuck that nigga, man.
David Jolly.
Hans Kim, I must say, that was a very good. It's very, very entertaining.
I thought you were eating pussy.
people get to do the most racist stuff. What I would give to just, you know what, I'm going to do blackface one day. That'd be a fun episode,
That's a
right?
good idea. It's fun.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Let's switch it. Next week, you host in whiteface, I'll do blackface.
Say you promise.
What?
Say you promise.
No.
I be tinkered in a motherfucker.
Hans Kim, I love it. The hot summer, the Asian scores, that all makes sense. That all checks out. Those are good jokes. Rock solid. The UFC butt fuck thing. I mean, I don't know. Where does this come from? What is your writing routine? I guess I probably never asked you that. What's your regimen? Where do you do it? Are you at a desk? Are you at the beach? Are you on a toilet? In the shower? What is it?
I'm usually laying down because I have a neck injury.
What's your neck injury?
Herniated disc.
How did that happen?
Doing a little jujitsu. I'm a bit of a jujitsu arrow. I'm up to my third stripe on my white belt.
Wow. That's incredible. How often do you do that?
I have stopped doing it 7 years ago.
Camp Patterson.
You want one with a black belt, nigga?
You guys usually shoot first, so.
David Jolly.
I thought you got that neck injury off that big ass head. That nigga got the whole world in his head.
Yeah, I actually graduated college, so.
That is true. David Jolly is the size of the head of a guy that drops out after a year and a half. You don't have to have a computer science degree to know that you do have a pretty big noggin, though, Hans. It is incredible. So, do you do any exercise at all now? No jiu-jitsu for 7 years, but what's your exercise routine like? These are all questions I feel like I've never asked you before.
As you can tell, I don't exercise too much. I have a kettlebell, 35 pounds, that I do kettlebell swings with. I'm usually in hotels just doing a foam roller just to do a little prehab so I don't injure myself. I have a punching bag. I've punched for Tim Welch, Sugar Sean's trainer, and he said, that's pretty good.
Wow. Your punching bag. What's her name again?
My girlfriend.
I know. Hans, another great minute. Way to get us started again. Anything else I'm missing? Anything you want to talk about?
I made my career off of a desperate, sad comedian that tried to take other comedians down, and on December 31st, I'll do the same at HEB Arena.
Wow, I love it. That's a fucking promo right there. That's what I'm talking about. It's a shame it's already sold out. That would do it. That would push us over the edge. Hans, I fucking love you. I'm so proud of you. Like I said, jokes like the hot summer Asian test scores, things like that. The fact that you just keep writing in a new minute at this pace, it's incredible. Great stuff. Hans Kim, everybody.
Thank you, Tony.
Way to get us started. So you see how it goes. That's how it goes when it goes good. And this bucket is filled with people that it doesn't always go that good. But then again, we found everybody that you see up here, and Hans, and everybody else out of this bucket. So, the future could be next, or it could be an insane person. Make some noise for your next comedian, Eric D. Swalm, everybody. Straight out of the bucket, we're going to meet them all together. Eric Swalm.
Hey, y'all. Does anybody get any weird compliments? I get weird compliments all the time. Someone told me that they like how my voice sounds, which I think is weird because I feel like I sound like I'm doing an impression of a guy that looks like me on helium. Yeah, dude. I also got told that someone told me that she likes how my butt tastes. I got a good tasting asshole. But she was vegan, so I think she was just protein deficient. I also got told I fuck like a porn star. Was it all the cameras? Yeah, I don't fucking know. I got this one hurt a little bit. I got off stage, and this dude's like, "Hey man, I didn't think you were gonna be funny." I was like, dude, that's a terrible way to call a guy handsome. Yeah, I don't even know if I write good jokes, man. Like, I'm just pretty sure I'm pretty enough to make dudes feel a little bit gay. Thank you, that's my time.
Okay, Eric D. Swam. Is this your first time on the show, Eric?
It is, yeah.
Okay, welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up?
4 years.
4 years. And how long have you looked like Mario Lopez with Down syndrome?
Oh, shit.
4 years. All of it here in Austin?
No, I came from Reno, Nevada.
Okay, Reno, Nevada. That's where you've been doing it, huh?
Yeah.
The smallest big city or whatever?
Bullshit like that.
I mean, you would know. You live there.
It is. That's what they call it. It's like a really comfortable place. You can drink the water and shit.
Is this where you were born and raised?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
I serve sushi out here.
Out here?
Yeah, I moved to Austin. I was like homeless for a couple weeks.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so that was fun.
So when did you move to Austin exactly?
About a month ago.
About a month ago.
Like 2 weeks of 100-degree weather.
And you were homeless for a couple weeks. Tell us about that. Before you moved here, you didn't look for a place or anything.
Oh,
like
no,
that?
I did. I thought I had a job too, but I got out here and didn't communicate. So,
What do you mean?
I showed up to the pizza place that I was working at in Reno. It was like corporate, and showed up to the door, and they're like, "We don't have a job for you." And yeah, I just got fucked over that way. So yeah. So bad planning is really what it was.
Okay. And how about the living situation? Why was that?
Yeah, just this same deal. Like, didn't communicate with the guys. Like, we rented the place out while you weren't. So I got down here, and that was the same deal. Yeah.
When you say you didn't communicate with the people, like, does that mean that you confirmed at one point that you had a job in a place and then you just didn't follow up?
I think that's really what happened. Yeah, I just expected that they remembered me.
Okay. Are you on drugs?
Constantly, yeah.
Marijuana?
Just marijuana, yeah.
Right, but lots of it.
Yeah.
Enough to not communicate with both home and work.
Yeah.
Right.
I was expecting to be homeless, I guess, to be honest, yeah.
So it sounds like you were going to be what? Serving pizzas? Selling pizzas? Serving pizzas, and now you're serving sushi.
Yeah.
How did that happen? That sounds like a lucky upgrade.
Oh, a lot of Indeed. I saw the sign in downtown, like they probably rule at getting people jobs out here.
Okay. So what? Camp Patterson, what's going on here?
Hey, this nigga boring as fuck, dog.
I know. I'm telling you. I try with these people sometimes. You have no idea how hard this job is. 10 years and 4 months of doing it every single week, and someone like this comes out, yeah, Reno, Nevada, that's what they say. I didn't communicate properly. David Jolly.
You must have wrote that shit in the car.
What's up?
That was your set. You wrote it in the car.
No. Yeah,
You've been doing that
I
for a while.
tested that for a little while, yeah.
Well, you tested it at a crack house.
Very popular at crack houses, yeah.
Man, that was a bad decision, bro. You should have brought a better one.
Yeah.
Right, real people show up to this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. That's what you got to kind of plan for. It's real people. So tell us something interesting about you. We have you right now as one of the most boring people in the show's history. Probably one of the most interesting people in Reno, I bet. You're probably the fucking Dave Chappelle of Reno.
No, I was just the most handsome guy out there, but
Why do you keep on saying that?
Yeah, you're not. Do you know that you're not good looking? You're as good looking as you are funny.
Oh, good.
Which ain't much. David Jolly.
Hey, you the most handsome motherfucker with Down syndrome I ever seen in my goddamn life. I ain't gonna lie, you got that one, brother.
It's true. You have like a sloth-like head shape. Do you have cauliflower ear a little bit? You used to wrestle?
Jiu-jitsu, yeah.
Jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a friend, Hans Kim, that would beat the shit out of you. What kind of belt do you have?
That's a purple one.
Yeah. Purple one. Like my panel's favorite drink.
You better believe it.
You're making You're making my friends thirsty. Stop talking about purple. Tell us the most interesting thing about you, Eric, because right now
Shit.
we're struggling for fucking anything right now.
I
A fun fact about your life, something that makes you different.
So my ex, her and I broke up to do comedy in different cities. Like she moved to LA because she's a dumb bitch. And yeah, I moved out to Austin because like Texas, I'm racist and gay. But I know, sorry, but my ex.
Here we go, Eric. I mean, I gave you a wide open fucking. You could have just taken the ball and ran it any direction.
Yeah.
You just called a girl a bitch and you called yourself gay for the fourth time in
Yeah.
fucking 5 minutes.
She actually has your number. She knew you from the Comedy Store. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess you used to call her out by name, and I didn't know you seem to remember people really well.
I don't understand what you're talking about. What's going on? What do you mean?
I just thought that was interesting that I was dating someone that was talking to you to the point where she, like. What? Got your number. All right. Yeah.
Are you sure she had my number? Are you positive of this?
No, but I thought that'd be a fun.
That sounds more like everything else about you. Nothing
She was pretty convinced that you gave her your real number. Like you'd leave the bathroom and be like, "Hey, Fiona." And,
wait, what?
Yeah.
What'd you just say? I'd leave the bathroom and
you'd see her leaving like the bathroom and greet her like you actually knew her. She's funny.
Greet her? I would see her. I can't understand what you're physically saying.
Oh shit.
Take a breath.
Okay.
So I would see her leaving the bathroom of the Comedy Store?
You would be walking out of the bathroom. She'd be with a group of comedians, and you would be like,
She's
"Hey,
a comedian.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Now
So-
this is starting to make sense.
Right.
Okay.
So
She was a comedian in LA for how long?
7 years.
Right. I was a comedian in LA for 15 years.
Yeah.
You see. So you say like,
Oh, I just thought you tend to remember people. I've noticed.
I don't know her name, and it sounds like you guys broke up. I don't think you should be talking about this right now.
I
think everything you've done up here has been a massive failure. Am I friends with her?
No, it's just I thought it'd be an interesting story, and I was wrong.
Well, you've been wrong about a lot here, Eric D. Swamp. So I'm not friends with her, but she thinks she has my number.
The whole idea was that she could just text you or whatever. It's the same.
Why would she text? What was the idea of her texting me?
I don't. The more you ask, the less I know.
You fucking suck, dude. In like every way. What do you think's gonna happen here in Austin for you?
Oh shit! God,
Not a goddamn thing, says Daniel Watson. And that's the third string drummer of Kill Tony telling you that. No, Daniel, don't put the sticks out there. You just got roasted by our fucking Zach Wilson. What's his name at the Jets? Zach Wilson. It takes 2 quarterbacks being injured for Daniel to even. All right. Okay. Okie dokie. So, Eric D. Swamp. I mean, everything here was a failure. Your set, your interview. We tried to get anything out of you whatsoever. It seems like you have anger issues, confidence issues, and a bad sense of humor. You make bad decisions in every single way possible. You could have done almost anything tonight and been funnier. It's incredible how unfunny you were. I feel like if we tried to do this 5 to 10 more times, we couldn't even reenact how unfunny you were tonight. It's an absolute anomaly, and I do this every week, and you've amazed me here tonight. You will not walk with any size joke book. There he goes, Eric D. Swamp. No Joe Blaster, no joke book. If you don't have a decent minute and you contribute nothing to the interview, you leave with nothing. And millions of people get to watch that happen. Pulled another name out of the bucket, anything can happen. This looks like a good name. I've been doing this a long time. I know when it's a good name. Might be funny, might be completely insane, but I know for a fact it's going to be better than Eric D. Swamp, whose girlfriend I probably fucked at some point. Make some noise here. Probably booked her a lot better than he ever did too. Make some noise for your next comedian, Mr. Mars Martian, everybody. Mr. Mars Martian. Oh shit, here we go. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Mr. Mars Martian. Make some noise for him one more time. Come on.
Yeah. Well, holy fucking cowbunga, nigga. We did it. Here we are. So, my internal dialogue is fucked up, and that's not fun. You know what I mean? I'll be standing in the mirror like, snap out of it, you fucking nitwit idiot bitch. You understand? Cut the dog shit, clown. I got this Xbox Live lobby in my frontal lobe, and I can't stop the chatter. I just casually roast myself into oblivion. Yeah, make myself feel bad. You know what I mean? Hurt my own feelings. Yeah. I talk shit till I cry. I talk shit in the mirror till I cry. You know what I mean? I'm a fucking bully. Yeah. My internal dialogue is fucked up, but I don't believe in therapy. Yeah, these soy boys out here getting pussy boy therapy. What the fuck I look like? Ain't no pussy boy. All soy. I see we got a bunch of fucking... Yeah, never mind. It's all good. You turn my Audi into a fucking upper eenie doctor? Like, what are we doing here? You understand? I don't know. It's a lot of fun. Anyway, I don't have anything against any soy boy, pussy boys. I just want to put that out there. Yeah. That's enough. That's enough.
That is indeed enough. Mr. Mars Martian. Holy shit. Where do I even begin with you? 1,000 times better than the last comedian, and still god-awful at the same time. How long have you been doing stand-up, Mr. Mars Martian, if that really is your name?
It's the Mr. Mars Martian. About 6 months straight, nonstop. Yeah, having fun.
6 months straight, non-stop, having fun.
Yeah.
I like it. Absolutely. Has anyone ever told you that you look like the bloated corpse of the current White House press secretary?
That's a first. But I do know I look like every lookalike that's ever looking like this motherfucker, so yeah.
Right. You look like if the weekend never took a weekend off. Whoa, is that a Vince McMahon shirt you're wearing? I fucking love that. That's cool as fuck. D-Max is having nothing to do with this. He can't even see you, and yet he's seen enough. Mr. Mars Martian, where do we begin with this guy, David Jolly?
I don't know what the fuck just happened. That nigga acid or something.
Cam
I
Patterson.
know Mars for about 4 months now, and I don't know if he can say nigga yet. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what he is, but I don't know if it's a nigga. You know what I'm saying? And I want to talk real bad about him. I think he's going to kill me in my sleep, so I'm just going to stop talking.
It's a new breed. It's the cowbunga, nigga. It's the new style.
That's not a real thing, nigga. I know this. You can't make up styles of nigga, bro.
Cowabunga.
Yeah.
Niggas don't say cowbunga.
Yeah, cowbunga, nigga.
What is it? What are you, a Teenage Mutant?
Nigga turtle.
Gang violence. That's organized crime right there. Cam knows when I point at him, it can only mean one word and one word only. That's funny. Teenage Mutant N-word turtle. That's what I can see. It's not as funny. Okay, so let's talk about it. 6 months in the game, nonstop, or 4 months? What'd you say?
6 months, nonstop.
6 months. What do you do for work exactly?
I used to automate data centers.
What does that mean?
Until banks started collapsing, I used to automate data centers for a bank. I used to be a software engineer.
Okay.
Yeah.
The blackest thing about you is that I didn't understand a word you just said. So what? Something data centers?
I used to do software automation.
Okay. All right. That's like a 9 to 5 type of job.
Yeah, corporate gig, yeah.
Okay. Do you use a pillow at night, or do you just lay your head down on that hair? Because it seems like it would be really soft and nice. Like, it seems like it'd be pretty cool. I bet you do have a pillow. I'm gonna move on. What do you like to do for fun, Mr. Mars Martian?
Anything creative, make music, make jokes.
What kind of music do you make?
Oh boy, it's like jazz, kind of death metal, slam type of shit.
Jazz, death metal, slam.
Yeah.
That is a wide range, my friend.
He just keep making shit up, dog. He just making shit up, dog. I do rap, jazz, the smooth shit. Nigga, you know what I'm talking about? You know how that shit go.
Yeah.
David Jolly.
I love to hear that shit.
Well, I got news for you.
I would love to hear that
So,
shit.
Mr. Mars Martian, what do? You sing? What do? You play an instrument?
Oh, I got keys, I got drum pads, I got several guitars, different tunings and all that type of shit.
Sing?
I'd rather not play the bingo and be forced to sing and dance all of a sudden type of deal.
Oh,
I can sing,
you
I
made
can.
it an and dance thing. You made it an
I
and
feel the
dance thing.
bingo.
What do you think? I got
Yeah.
tap shoes in your size or something like that? Bring them out.
I got wrestling shoes on, yeah.
Okay, so you'd rather not sing. You can't really. You named a bunch of instruments that aren't on the stage all at once. He didn't really say drums. He said drum pads.
Drum pad, yeah, it's a little different.
Yeah, it's a little not drums. Okay. What are you best at? What's the thing that you're best at in this world, Mr. Mars Martian?
Shit.
Nothing at all.
I'm just being myself. Who could be me better than me? That's it, nigga.
Okay, what's your love life like?
I had a very fulfilling 7-year relationship that's over now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When did that end?
A couple years ago, about 2 years ago, yeah.
2 years.
Killed that bitch.
Killed her and took her hair. You can't weave me. So it ended 2 years ago. Have you moved on?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So what's your love life like now?
Right now, I'm just pursuing of the arts. I'm trying to be fulfilled by being creative, being myself, just trying to get as much shit on there. Look, I ain't gay no more. Yeah, that's what you want?
Hey, that mean he beat that dick with 2 hands, boy. I know that bitch got a goddamn burn mark on it.
He looks in the mirror and just squints his eyes. Like, oh, look at that hot bitch. My goodness gracious. So, like, the last girl you were with, what was that like? Was that
Ooh. Talking about comics, really not talking about that, yeah.
Whoopi Goldberg? Comics?
Yeah, you can not, never mind.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I have no.
Fuck the last guy's girlfriend, too? I'm kidding. So it was a comedian.
Yeah.
Yeah, how'd that go? Describe it to us.
Oh, it's just you try to keep it a one-night stand type of deal. We're all talking too emotionally unstable. You can't, you know what I mean? It's not a pursuing thing. It's just a horny thing in the moment. That's all.
So what happened? You did an open mic, then what happens? You get off stage, then what happens? No one knows who it is. You can literally talk about this right now. You're in an interview on a live podcast.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I'm a more of a real life interaction type of person, so I prefer to stay out of the DMs and the swiping and all that stuff. So yeah, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. So yeah.
So what happened? You do an open mic, you get off stage, you go up to her, she comes up to you. What happens?
Oh, I mean,
Did anything really happen? You making this up?
I'm trying to be discreet.
He don't want to talk about it because he killed her. She's dead, nigga. She's no longer alive, bro.
I don't know if you saw his set, but he is far from killing this fucking guy. I'm gonna keep you on the spot here. So you're at an open mic, right? She's there, right? Or is it online? What happened?
So we get a lot of people, we get a lot of transients in and out of town all the time. A lot of people from other states come here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Over here. Stop looking out into absolute strangers' eyes.
So
and getting
it's always a fresh pool of comedians in and out of town.
Okay, so then what happened? You better start answering the fucking question.
All right, so I mean, they were staying in a place that was only 2 blocks up. They lured me back to the den with mushrooms. We did mushrooms. We hung out. We hit a bunch of mics, but then they had the place to go back to, and so that's where we went, type of deal. I mean, what do you
David
want?
Jolly.
Oh, that bitch dead. She dead.
Okay, all right, guys.
That bitch, that whole dead. She dead as fuck, dog. He the Rainy Street nigga too, I'm telling you, man. Look at his eyes.
Some mushrooms. She had a place to go back to. What's your living situation?
I live out, do I dox myself? I live out by Mansfield Dam, kind of far, like 30 minutes from here.
I didn't ask exactly where. I mean, like, do you have roommates? Do you live by yourself?
Nah, I'm a homeowner in Austin, Texas. Yeah.
A homeowner. How were you able to do that?
I used to be a software engineer for a Fortune 100.
Okay. And you saved up your money, bought real estate.
Yeah.
See, that's an interesting fun fact about you. That's actually fucking shocking. That you're a homeowner. I mean, incredible. What are we talking about? 1 bedroom, 1 bath? What do we got?
I don't know. It's on an acre by the lake. It's kind of cool.
You don't know how many bedrooms?
Oh, how many bedrooms?
Yeah.
Oh, I got 2. You got 2 bedrooms. I got 2 bedrooms.
Jesus Christ. What are they serving up at this bar they're keeping everybody out? Oh my God. Fucking wild. Okay, Mr. Mars Martian. Anything else? Any other special skills or talents or anything we should know about you?
I've been in Austin for like 6 years. I'm originally from Compton, California.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, there's a few fans of Compton here. The majority of them being at the table with me. What do you think about the fact that they just finally arrested Tupac's murderer?
So he's the last one of 4 that were still, everybody else is dead except for him. It's kind of one of those double jeopardy kind of deals, I guess you could say. Yeah.
He killed Tupac too. This nigga's a murderer, dog. I don't think I get it.
Mr. Mars Martian, I got good news for you. You're walking out of here with a small Kill Tony joke book. Got it? There you go. Boom. There he goes. Mr. Mars Martian. This is a fun episode so far. You're getting to find out the strength of the bucket here tonight. It is pretty wild. I'm pretty sure any of you could do better than the people that have been doing this for months. It's kind of wild. Pretty crazy. They overthink it. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Jesus. All right, yes. D-Madness is back, everybody. Big pops for the return of D-Madness. I pulled another name out of the bucket. We're going to keep it moving along. Make some noise for your next comedian straight out of the bucket. This is definitely a new name. Make some noise for Gexy or Jesse or Jedsi. G-E-G-S-I. Gexy. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Make some noise for Gexy, everybody.
Hey, I'm Gessie. Can I take... So, this is my first time in Austin, actually. I came from the Seattles, flew in here to attend my cousin's wedding. And I think they're going to be really furious when they know that I'm here instead of writing my vows. Anyways, in unrelated news, I was trying out some yoga this morning. And it's not that I'm bad at it, it's just that whenever I do it, I kind of feel like a poser. But it's all good because I'm a pretty good guy and stuff, except for I used to be super addicted to showering, but I'm clean now. And I also can like rap and stuff, so Hey Tony, I think that your jokes are cool and you're real and not a phony. And if I was...
There you go. The West Hollywood Bear. That's Jesse, everybody. Oh, yeah. Hi, Jesse.
Hey, Tony.
How are you? The best set of the night out of the bucket pulls. Incredible. Incredible. Absolutely unbelievable performance. Great. Jesse, how long you been doing stand-up?
This is my second time ever.
Really? Wow. That is incredible.
Yeah. I'm actually here with a bachelor crew, and so we kind of all signed up.
Really? So
Right.
it's like a bachelor party from Seattle. Your friend's really getting married?
He's really getting married, I hope.
Yeah.
And so we're kind of letting it rip, but
Jesus, finally, somebody with anything up here. My God. See, everybody else just tries to be cool. They don't realize that to be cool, you have to be funny first and then cool second. Everybody's trying to fucking... This ain't cool at all. It's funny, though. And by being funny, it's cool. So it is cool. See what I'm saying? You look like you have cancer. I gotta get that out of the way. I gotta knock that out. But you don't, right?
I don't think so.
Right. We're gonna get you checked out. We're gonna get you an IV drip from the great people over at Connect Mobile Health. Use the promo code KILTONY.
I'd be down to get checked out. I'm also single.
Whoa, hell yeah. Absolutely. Do you have kids?
I don't have kids.
How'd you get those dad jokes though? Like those jokes were really cheesy as hell. Like, did you write them or did you read them off like Laffy Taffy or something like that?
I don't eat Laffy Taffies, but I didn't necessarily write them. I just thought of them. And that's kind of how I did it.
Which one was the one that offended you?
They didn't offend me. They were just really cheesy.
Which one was the cheesiest?
All of them. Every single one of
The
them.
one about the coming in from Seattle to write the vowels, that was cheesy?
No. The
Not
jokes. The actual jokes.
Right, I got a big laugh. So the yoga one, the poser?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That sounds exactly like a dad joke. You know, like, hey, I did yoga, the posing or whatever.
Writing extraordinaire Brian Redband with his input on the writing of jokes, everybody. Perhaps we can get your input on... You don't agree with that? Okay. What?
You don't agree with that?
Not really, no.
Those were hard-hitting jokes?
No. I just think he's obviously a one-liner comedian, and those are different. You can almost say that about any one-liner comedian. You could say Mitch Hedberg did dad jokes, but
Sure, but they're, yeah.
Okay, you know what, Redbear? We're just going to keep moving on with the show. Critiquing the material isn't really your best feature of the show.
All right, I'm wrong, you
There's
know.
like a
sorry.
Play like a rooster sound of something. There you go. Very good. Thank you. Back to the comedy part of the comedy show. Jesse, tell us more about you and your life. How about a hand for the amazing staff here at the Mothership? So cool. Best staff on planet Earth. The great Carrie Mitchell picked all these amazing people. We have the best fucking crew here. Shout out to Tracy and Chica and the service. Well, everybody's just amazing here. Tell us more about your actual life, you weird motherfucker.
Well, my actual life is just like this, but a little different. I usually will be climbing trees or like making wedding wraps.
Wedding wraps? Like wraps about a wedding?
Yeah. Yeah, at weddings.
You have really good timing and stage presence. Where do you think you get that from? How do you have such an interestingly present sense of humor?
Timing. Well, one time my friend told me that when I swing my golf club that I have pretty good tempo.
Yes,
and
that's
so
a big deal in golf.
I think my golfing translates to here.
Absolutely, it absolutely does. I agree with that. So, wedding wrap. Can you give us an example of what a wedding wrap sounds like? If my good friend gave you a beat, the great Daniel Watson, here we go. Make sure you really enunciate into that microphone, okay, so they can hear you.
Right.
Because once the band starts playing, it gets a little loud. So go ahead. We want to hear you rap. Here we go.
We had to come to the wedding. I hope everyone's ready. Hope you brought your confetti, cause the party's going on, and I'm making up this song cause we're getting married and also taking rips from bongs. is it's a fun wedding where crazy, silly stuff happens. Like a guy who they think has cancer is rapping. I want to send one to the cool bros and the cool girls and the ones who like cool flows. Cause every time that the cool's in the room, cool knows. And I think you see that with your cool hose. You got it? Did you get it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Crowd goes wild. Crowd goes wild. Strobe lights have been activated. Unbelievable. Jesse, I mean, can you believe this fucking guy? We got a white rapper.
Hey, he good too, but this is the first time in show history y'all done had 3 serial killers on the fucking road. That's magical. That be raw though, Jesse. You hear me? Yeah, that be raw. Yeah. You like you were turned as a child. You know what I mean?
No cereal box was safe. Or dad jokes.
Yeah, absolutely. The mentioning of serial killers on the show has been prolific this episode. If you were going to murder somebody, how would you do it?
I made a video about this already. Okay, so I think what I would probably do is leave them in a room with a mouse, and then that way they have to fight to see who survives, and whoever I'm killing, I think wouldn't be the type of person that would want to kill a mouse, and so it would just go the other way.
Fuck yeah. Jesse, I absolutely love your style. I cannot bring myself to believe that this is only your second time on stage. You're being serious?
I'm being serious. I tried it once, and I thought maybe I could do this again, you know? And then next thing you know, I made it to the big deals. Big stages.
Yeah, you did. And you did very good at the big deals. You're leaving with a big Kill Tony joke book. You're leaving with a gel blaster. Give it the biggest gel blaster we got back there. Fuck it. Holy shit.
What is this?
It's a joke book. You can write in it. You can write raps. You can write whatever you want in it. You can write your manifesto in there. Anything you want.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I really like that. Maybe that'll help with my jokes to be less corny.
They're not that bad. Don't take Red Man's critiques. Not exactly fucking Mark Twain over here we're dealing with.
But anyways, you know, maybe being corny is a part of my thing. So either way, I just went with it, and I loved your guys' vibes.
Yep.
For real, the sounds that you made, like, really conjured up some feelings in me that just really make me want to get after life. And I hope that other people feel that too. You know?
I fucking like this guy. You know what? I think we found the new host of Blues Clues, everybody. I'm going to talk to the people over at Nickelodeon. We're going to get Jesse a job at Blues Clues. How about one more time for the great Jesse, everybody? A man who will not take leave for an answer. I don't believe he's ever going to go. There he goes, everybody. Jesse. I believe he's waiting to get teleported to some other place. Are we having fun out there, huh? Well, I got news for you. The regular that usually goes up in the middle of the show is sitting right here having a blast with me. So, in his place, we do have a returning golden ticket winner. This guy won his golden ticket a long time ago in the middle of North Carolina on the road, at least half a decade ago. maybe DC. He also is from North Carolina or something like that. Doesn't matter. Who gives a fuck? The point is, he's very, very funny. He's here with another new minute. Make some noise for the return of the great Martin Phillips, everybody. Here we go. Martin Phillips, legend of the game here at Coltoni. Brought to you by Zippix. Zip more, smoke less. One more time for the great Martin Phillips, everybody.
Sounds good. Cool. Okay. I read if you had a sex dream about somebody you know, it means you trust that person. So I learned that I trust too many people. I'm too trustworthy. I really big hands. Trying to use my hands. They're called their piano hands. I don't know how to play the piano. However, my hand jobs are ridiculous. It's as elegant as a piano. And I only play in 4K, you know? You should see my double crescendo. Anyway, I live here in Texas. It's hot as fuck. But people say it's a dry heat, you know? But you know where else there is humidity? The fucking sun. So it doesn't matter.
Fuck yeah. Martin Phillips. That is how you do it. Boom, 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 boom. That is the difference between a golden ticket winner and a bucket pull. That was fantastic. Indeed, I must agree with my panel. We are on a run. I do believe this is 4 serial killers in a row.
I was trying to say that.
Yeah.
This is my crowd.
Yeah.
My people here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel
the skull for a reason.
Yeah. I feel like you would leave the most evidence out of all of the episodes of serial killers. There's some sideways footprints leading back to
Everybody you try to kill get away, nigga. They all make it home safely.
Martin Phillips, thriving here in Austin, Texas. You don't want some Black and Mild?
I did it for the show, guys.
Oh, I love it. Absolutely.
He's a goddamn liar, nigga.
It's cool.
Martin, so you moved here to Austin, right?
Yes, I live in South Austin. Represent.
Absolutely. Absolutely. David Jolly.
Hey, when you was swinging your damn arms around, I thought you were going to hit me with one of them motherfuckers.
It's a battle earth. It's hard.
Yeah, watch yourself.
That's why it's in the pockets.
I ain't got no insurance, motherfucker. You were just swinging them, bitch. You were going crazy with that little bitch. You know what I mean? And it's the best thing ever, nigga.
If I were to put David Jolly and Martin Phillips like next to each other and ask you guys which one went to college for computer science, I do believe 0 people would get it correct. This is an unbelievable anomaly. Martin Phillips. So, remind us all, how do you make a living exactly?
Oh, I'm a substitute teacher.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, I've been down here. Yeah, I've been a career-long substitute teacher, so
I love it.
Yeah, so
I love it. So you strategically are only a substitute teacher, so you only teach when another teacher can't make it.
Yeah, but like it's
Do you push the cart with the TV in yourself, or do you use that as like a walker?
both.
Right.
Yeah. Everyone says that, but it's not 1995. Okay.
Right.
They have projectors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they upgraded. Those schools. I guess depends on what district you're in.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
But
Indeed, the Philadelphia School District does not have any projectors or televisions left right now. They have been looted. everybody. They're looking for certain types of people to get them back.
We don't live in Philly, nigga.
That's why you got away with it.
But I dance into that shit, nigga. If I would have seen you in 72 teaching when I was in high school, boy, I would have had a field day with your ass. I would have had like, oh, this nigga retarded. Hell yeah. We would have a good day, bitch. We can do it. Hey, anarchy, nigga, do what you want.
Do you have that issue? Do you have that problem?
There are certain schools I don't go to.
Yes, Martin Phillips. Wow. I love it. David Jolly.
How many fights you done broke up? One time there was a fight in the boys' bathroom, and there was a teacher came in saying we need a male to go in there to break up the fight, and I was the only male. I was looking behind my shoulder like, so I'm a complete pussy. So I'm not. I don't fight. I don't break up. And I thought if I broke it up, they're gonna start kicking my ass. Damn it. Yeah, I love you, Martin. You a good dude, man. You all right with me, Martin?
Oh, God, you are a funny motherfucker, Martin Phillips. This is great. This is great. So when the kids misbehave, is there something, do you have something loaded up that you say or do to try to regain control?
This one, yeah, I know. Usually, you know who's going to be a bad class in the office. It's like, here's our number. Call us if anything happens. And sometimes I'm like, okay, I'm going to call the number. But I don't want to call the number. And they call my fucking bluff. And then I'm like, oh, fuck, I have to call. Then I call. They don't fucking answer. I'm like, fuck. Yeah. Sometimes I'm their teacher who's pick up and they go and yell at the class. But I'm just like a bitch in the corner. It's like, thank you. It's like, thank you, mister. So,
I fucking love it.
yeah.
Hey, what's the worst thing somebody ever told you in class?
Actually, they were pretty nice to me. I don't know what they say behind my back, but to my face, it's all been pretty good. Yeah, so it's one time, I didn't know this, but it was a special ed class. And,
Is it every class?
yeah, I was like, I'm not a student, okay? Seriously, I'm the teacher. But what they actually didn't tell me was, they said, if you need to get a point across, write it on the board. I didn't think about it. I get there, it was a deaf class. I had no idea. I was just talking my head off. And they were staring at me. I was like, okay. Then the interpreter showed up. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, wait for the bell, guys. And I was like, oh, you probably never heard that bell.
Martin, you're a fucking stone cold assassin. You might be a substitute teacher, but you are a first string fucking comedian, my friend. I'm so glad that you moved to Austin, Texas, took a fucking chance, gambled on yourself. I think you're exactly right where you belong, and we love you here. Of course, you're a legend in Kiltony folklore and continue to be. So thank you for being you. Make some noise for the great Martin Phillips, everybody. There he goes. We found him out of the bucket on the road. Can you believe it? The bucket pulls we get here in Austin, the comedy capital of the world. And meanwhile, we found people like that 5 years ago. in the middle of nowhere. Another bucket full here for Austin's. We're gonna meet another one right now. We are on a run of serial killers like never before. Let's see what happens. Make some noise for Carlos Cisneros, everybody. Carlos Cisneros.
What's up, Austin, Texas? Yo, so I got this friend that spends way too much time on the internet, and he swears that we all got AIDS from the COVID-19 vaccine. But joke's on him, because I already got that shit back in 2007, bro. The old-fashioned way. Raw dog and horde. At the morgue. Oh, I like how that dude just fucking cringed a little bit. If it makes you feel any better, the whores were not dead. Some of them may have been underage, though. It only gets worse. It only gets worse. But relax. I don't know if you guys are fact checkers. You can't get AIDS from kids, guys. I don't know if that's something you try that in a small town. You thought you were all cool and shit. At least I did. I'm from a small town. Something you don't want to try in a small town? Dating apps. All of them, bro. Everybody's on there. Everybody you know. My mom, my sister. It's my time. My name is Carlos Cisneros. Thank you very much.
Oh my goodness. Carlos Cisneros. Oh my goodness. You're not fooling me, dude. You're not fooling me. You were up earlier. You tucked your afro in under your bandana. Oh my goodness.
This is real me.
Oh my
fuck.
This nigga bonus. Whoa. This is incredible. So Carlos, let's talk about it. Do you really have AIDS?
I don't really have AIDS.
Okay. All right. Cool.
I wrote a lot of jokes during the pandemic, and that was the first one that I felt was actually good. I ran with it.
Okay. All right. Cam?
I don't know if you heard, but Deep Madness goes, please stop, nigga. Please.
Sometimes D Madness just can't contain himself. He hates bad comedy more than anybody. Plugs his ears, makes a bunch of noises. Fucking, yeah. You're doing good. You're doing good. D, you're lucky you're blind. You don't want to see what's going on here right now.
No, I know. I feel it.
David Jolly.
I can't believe you came out here on national television and did that bullshit.
Hey, TV's dead, man.
Hey, you ain't got no fucking friends, and you should get rid of all them motherfuckers. That shit was terrible. It was real bad.
Carlos, let's talk about it. How long you been doing stand-up comedy?
I did a few months before the pandemic, and then a few months after.
Okay.
No, like 4 months.
A few months before, a few months after. Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I'm a respiratory therapist.
Respiratory therapist.
Sure.
So what exactly does you do?
Breathing machines at a hospital.
Okay. That's your specialty.
That's my specialty.
How long you been doing that for?
16 years.
Right. So respiratory. And I get the feeling that's not the only sucking and blowing that you do, huh? Are you gay, Carlos?
I'm not.
Really? Oh my God, you just move around and talk like that?
I'm in the club of the Kill Tony. You know?
The what?
The Kill Tony Club.
No, you're not.
All right, my bad.
What is that?
He gave me that stare down too, like, nah.
Okay, so you have a cowboy hat there with a bunch of signatures on it. What is that?
It is I've been traveling to Austin for quite some time, even before the whole Rogan click moved over here, and I'm a musician, so I've been getting signatures from the crowd and whoever.
All right, what kind of music do you do?
I
Let me
do,
guess,
like-
death metal, jazz.
I would say like a Jimi Hendrix, Chili Peppers. Yeah,
You play guitar?
I play guitar.
You
sir.
sing?
I sing.
You sing and you play guitar?
Yes, sir.
And you don't have AIDS?
And I'm not gay.
You sure you don't have AIDS? You positive?
I'm sure.
Are you better at music than you are at comedy?
I probably am.
You probably...
Most definitely am.
Okay. How long have you been playing music for?
Since 1999.
1999. Matt Mueling, what do you think? You want to hear what this guy can do? Matt Mueling's willing to fucking let it happen. Let's see what happens here. Carlos. Oh yeah, we got a little bit of a. Hey, what's going on? We got a lot going on, huh? We got a lot of chords. It's a tight stage. The stage was originally supposed to be custom built around this production, but no one communicated with us when building it, so that was kind of a thing. It was a decision by a little bit of upper management.
Budget cuts.
Yes, not communicate with us. Literally an unlimited budget, but they built it very small. Are you going to be able to do that?
Hey, this is Redman coming to you live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
You guys ready for the best fucking night of your lives tonight or what? Fuck yeah! How about a hand for Redman, everybody? We've been doing this a long time now. We're gonna have a lot of fucking fun tonight. A lot of fun stuff. This is Kill Tony, the #1 live podcast in the world, brought to you by Gel Blaster, the Red Rose, Yellow Rose, Hull Law Firm, Connect Mobile Health, where you use the promo code KILL10, save 10% on an IV drip. You might need it tomorrow. Austin Pools, get a custom-made pool. Fastest pool maker in Austin. CM Smokehouse, Zippix Toothpicks, the great Boneseye, who makes all the joke books and is right now stuffing my first black buck that I hunted during our vacation.
Hunted?
Yeah, I hunted.
Wow.
Killed someone out on Kinsel Ranch. NinjaBuses.com, the best fucking buses, tour buses. Yeah, party buses, tour buses. It's what's taken us to the arenas, sold out arenas, December 30th and 31st. Some tickets still available for the 30th. New Year's Eve is sold out. First ever podcast in America to sell out an arena, but who's counting? You know what I mean? Yep. And how about one more time for the best damn band in the land, the Kill Tony Band? That is indeed the great and powerful Michael Gonzalez on the drums, Matt Mueling on the electric, Sean Dees on the keys, Paul Deemer on the horns, and the great D Madness on bass. And the great and powerful Terrell Shaheen joining the band tonight. We love it. Monster. We love it when he's joining us. A lot of these, all of these guys are the best musicians in Austin, Texas. You can see them, follow them on social media, and catch them all throughout the week. Before we start tonight's show, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that make tonight's episode available for you here right now. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking episode or what? Austin, you gotta do better than that. Are you guys ready to start the show? 3 guests tonight. 3 of the best in the world. 3 of my favorites. Make some fucking noise for Giannis Pappas, Ryan Sigler, and Mike Feeney, everybody. Oh yeah. Back to our roots. 3 comedians. 2 New Yorkers. And LA's finest, Ryan Sigler, Mike Feeney, Giannis Pappas. Yes. Giannis Pappas of the Giannis Pappas Hour, doing Portland, January 11th, Vancouver, January 12th, And, of course, Toronto, March 23rd. Giannis, welcome back.
Good to be back. What's up, Austin? How you guys doing? Yeah.
Giannis just had a wildly successful weekend here at the Comedy Mothership. And this is Mike Feeney's first time at the club. How about a hand for Mike Feeney, everybody?
Beautiful.
Me, if I didn't smoke 2 packs of cigarettes a day. Good looking boy. How are you, Mike?
I'm great, man. This is exciting. Happy to be back doing the show again.
I love it. I love it. Welcome back. And first time at the Mothership. First time for Ryan, too, right? No, you've been here.
I've been
That's right. You had a fucking bad back last time.
This is the first place I performed after I almost died in January. Yeah,
That's right.
it was.
He's alive and well.
Live and motherfucking well, y'all.
Mike Feeney's
Kiltony,
special.
Austin, Texas is the mothership.
Mike Feeney's special comes out Friday. It's available now. If you're watching now, it's at youtube.com/Mike Feeney. Ryan Sickler's special is on YouTube. YouTube/Ryan Sickler, Lefty Son. He also, of course, has the hit podcast Honeydew, which I've had a few of my favorite ever appearances on. I've really, thanks to my father, the one gift he gave me were unbelievably ridiculous stories to tell on your podcast. Thank you for abandoning me, Dad. I don't know why I looked up there. He's still alive. That's just sad. And yes, like I said, Mike Feeney's huge new special comes out this Friday, A Night at the Comedy Cellar, where he shot in all 4 rooms, self-produced, self-directed, self-edited. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. You guys have all done the show before. You know how it works. An absolute buttload of people signed up for the chance to do 60 seconds on this stage. We're only going to get through hopefully as many as we can. But they get 60 seconds of uninterrupted stand-up comedy time. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. And then I interview them and we find out more about them, more stuff that they could possibly talk about. Since it's a little bit of a walk from the bar next door, we are going to pre-select our first bucket pull so that they can get ready and behind the curtain. But first, I think we should start the show with, I think the guy that's the greatest show starter in the history of the show. You guys know anything about the show that you're at? Well, you might know the words. You guys know the words to this guy's intro song? All right, sing it if you know it. Make some noise for Austin, everybody!
Thank you guys. So there was an eclipse recently. I love eclipses because I don't even have to wear the glasses. My eyes are always in eclipse mode. I just have to side-eye it. Israel is fighting Palestine again. Winner has to fight Russia. Loser has to marry Jada Pinkett Smith. And be backup dancers for Lizzo. Suck that banana, Palestine. Alright, thank you.
There you go. 50 seconds of the new material from Hans Kim, getting out 10 seconds early after a 2-week break.
Sorry about that, Tony. I am saving up for the HEB show. It's going to be a great one. Tune in.
Yes, for those of you that don't know, it is indeed happening. The first ever true main event comedy battle in the history of Kill Tony for an already sold out show. It will be Hans Kim versus Golden Ticket winner Rick Diaz, and they have decided, they've put it all up on the line. One will be a full-time regular of the show. The other will not
Be a snake in Europe.
Oh my goodness. I absolutely love this. You guys have an internet beef and everything. You guys are promoting this fight better than like Dylan Dennis and Logan Paul did. It's incredible. Update the people if they don't know what's been happening on the internet between you two.
So on the internet, Rick Diaz has been a little bitch, and he has about 1/10 of the followers that I have, and I blocked him, so I don't know what the fuck he's doing. I have been killing it. I have McVader on my side making me posters. I got random people just giving me posters with Rick Diaz, like getting fucked in the ass and shit. I've been wildly successful. I've been making money off of YouTube off that clip.
Wildly successful. And you're selling out everywhere you go, adding shows to these comedy club dates. Incredible to think that only, 3 years ago, sleeping in the van.
Yeah, not doing anything with my life, being a real Rick Diaz.
Now, this is a huge advantage that you have over him. While he's in Brussels doing his day job, you get to come here every Monday and just talk shit.
Yeah, oops, you fucked up, bitch.
Oh my goodness. Repping the fucking KT Friends and Family 10-year anniversary jacket. You busted it out a little bit early on a 78-degree day. I love it. Well, like you, it was also made in China. So, no, I'm kidding. He's Korean, everybody. He's Korean. Have you talked to your parents lately?
No, I sent them $1,000 to my mom, and, that keeps her happy. So.
Wait, you're supporting your parent? Don't they live in Seattle?
Yeah, in San Francisco, same thing.
Why are you sending your mom money?
Just to be like, thanks for raising me. Here's like a little loan repayment, I'm repaying her back for raising me.
That's nice. That is nice.
Yeah.
Man, you should stop that. How old are you?
34.
Yeah, 34 is a little bit too late to be given $1,000 here and there.
Well, 3 years ago I was in a van. I didn't really give her anything.
Was she giving you money? Was she supporting you?
Yeah, she let me live in her house for 5 years. She left for Korea. I was alone in this beautiful condo for 3 years, just doing open mics. And that really helped my comedy career, so I just want to repay the investment she made in my stock.
Wow. Look at that.
$1,000 covers that, I'd say, huh? Free living for 3 years in a condo. Crazy. Here's $1,000 for you.
Send another $1,000 to San Francisco. They need it right now.
Yeah, they really do. What's their situation? Are they rich? Your parents rich?
Yeah, my sisters live together. My mom lives with them. She lives in Oakland, California. She recently had a bag stolen from her at a Costco. And
Can I just, do you mind?
Yeah.
Because I thought you said, are you rich? And then I heard him say, yeah. Then I heard him say, my sisters live together. And I don't know any rich motherfucking sisters that live together. You know what I'm saying? You said their mom lives with them too?
Yeah.
Hey, rich. That sounds like, communal. Yeah. We're going to send a portion back to North Korea. You know what I mean?
So your sisters live together. What's your dad like?
My dad is kind of like.
What's that? He's a Korean Santa Claus.
What does that mean, how you just described your dad?
He's like lovable. He's sort of like a sitcom dad. He's like, oh, dad, always, doing things that are socially awkward.
Like what? Can you give us an example?
No.
I think raising him was how.
Yeah. Have you thought about sending your dad $1,000?
No.
Why is that?
My dad is rich. My dad is doing great. He's
an engineer?
He is a mathematician.
Oh, God.
On the nose.
Yeah.
Those guys are always the life of the party. Yeah.
He's always like farting like a bubbly farts.
Wait a second. What does that mean? Bubbly farts? Like wet farts?
Yeah, very wet farts.
Okay. Red Band. Jesus Christ. We have literally, we're 3 minutes into the episode and you're busting out your fart board already. Okay.
My dad is great. My mom and him are sort of separated. He lives in Korea alone.
Your dad lives in Korea alone?
Yeah.
What do you think he's doing over there exactly?
I hope having lots of sex. I don't know what he's doing. He has a 3-bedroom apartment to himself.
Everybody else lives together. Your dad's like, fuck all of you. I got plenty of room and nobody's welcome here.
He really is Korean Santa Claus.
He is rich.
He's got ho-ho-hos.
He's a rich asshole.
I fucking love it. A rich mathematician in Korea.
Well, there's a room for everybody in Korea and nobody's allowed to go. Oh, it's so good.
It's amazing. Does your mom have a job?
Yeah, she tutors children in math.
Oh my god. This is the most unbelievable stereotype that I've ever heard.
Mathematician and your mom really tutors math.
Yeah.
If you tell me she can't drive, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
She can drive.
She can? Really? How about your sisters?
They can drive, but they I don't know what they're up to actually.
Yeah, we just got a live feed from their driveway. That's just the driveway, so imagine what's going on when they pull all the way out. Speaking of pulling all the way out, your dad, does he have any other kids with any other women?
No, it's just us, hopefully.
Hopefully.
No one would know if he did, like, right?
Yeah, maybe he sends them away and uses those rooms. But no, he seems like he's pretty content. He's got that surgery on his eyes to make them bigger.
No way.
Yeah.
Did he for what?
Yeah, he said it was for medical reasons.
What medical reasons?
Because his eyes were too small.
So he literally got the eye-opening. They have an eye-opening, like, what do they do? Like, trim away your eyelids or something? Your eyes really are closed. I mean, it is kind of crazy. I know we've been working together for years, and this is a weird time for me to bring it up, but holy shit.
Yeah, this is me.
My goodness. Have you ever thought about getting the surgery?
Yes, I would love to get the surgery.
How much does it cost?
I don't know.
It's not that much.
You don't know?
$1,000.
Can you look up the anti-Asian surgery or whatever it's called? The fucking
Not the dick lengthening one.
Korean eyelid surgery.
Oh, yeah,
That's what you're
my
doing.
girlfriend wants it.
Oh my god, it really is $3,100.
Hey, man.
Oh, I could get that.
Oh, in Korea, it's only $1,500. You can visit dad, have an eye-opening experience. This is incredible. You could. He's got room for you. He's got 2 rooms for you. Amazing, Hans. Well, so much fun. Way to start the episode. You did it again. You're so much fun. Living legend. The great, the powerful Hans Tim. He makes it look easy. I know. It's wild. That was Hans Tim. That was Hans Tim. That was Hans Tim. All right, your first bucket full of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you don't know, this is where stuff, maybe this is your first time at the show. Maybe you have orange hair and glasses. This is the part where things can get a little weird because we don't know these people. We meet them all together, they get a minute, and then we try to figure out what the fuck is going on with their lives. So make some noise for your first bucket full of the night. Michael Hines, everybody. Michael Hines. And I pre-pull this bucket.
How's it going, everyone? Yeah, I like to keep my cock a little stanky, mostly because the girls don't wash their fucking box, so I'm trying to return the favor. If I'm hitting it from the back and I'm catching a little backdraft, man, I want her to smell it from the front. Clean it off for me. Come here. Reach underneath. Have a treat. Disgusting. No, but I do like dating handicapped girls. I like dating handicapped women. Mostly because parking near 6th Street is a bitch. But I am partial to the autistic women because they're not typically talkers. But I will peruse the terminal ward for the occasional babe, You don't get that awkward phone call like, how come you didn't call me back? It just sort of takes care of itself. But you do have to keep a toilet plunger in the back seat because those girls don't have any hair and those broads are rail thin, so there's nothing to grab. You got to be able to... Thank you, that's been my time.
Holy shit. Where do we begin? Oh my God. Michael Hines, welcome. This is your first time on the show, correct?
Yes, sir.
I remember you.
Yo, what up?
I saw you last Wednesday, right after I got kicked out of the Queek in the Cave.
The Queek in the Cave? What kind of speech impediment do you have? Is that from eating
Yo, what's good?
stinky pussy? What is that exactly? I got kicked out of the
How are you?
Queek. Oh my goodness.
What's good, Erwin? Speak, long time no speak. Where you been? All right, well, we're 23 minutes away from Kill Tony, so I hope you're excited.
So you have a little bit of a speech impediment, huh?
You know, mostly when I'm nervous.
You sound like what Hans Kim's eyes look like. There's like something blocking your fucking something. So holy shit. Alright, Michael, let's just jump right into a dirty dick to return the favor for the dirty pussies that you get so much of somehow, obviously. How much pussy are you getting?
When I first got to Austin, I fucked like 5 girls in a row, but one of them had a pregnancy scare, and I'm like, I'm not fucking any more girls that I'd be embarrassed to bring home. So that was it. It's been dry for a while.
I've never been convinced someone's had sex less than you. It's the lack of sideburns is what's making me feel like no sideburns, no pussy. That's kind of the rule.
It is interesting. It is interesting. There's a lot at the top, nothing on the sides. It is.
I got a haircut yesterday. It was down to here up until like yesterday.
Okay, and you're like, clean it up, but not really. Leave something weird at the top.
Well, I had a comic cut it, so.
You what?
I had a comic cut it.
Oh, okay. That's brilliant. Be honest?
That's his credit. He had a comic cut his hair. You look like Dexter.
It's good. When my hair was longer, I used to get Jeffrey Dahmer a lot, so I had to change the glasses out. I had the same ones.
Okay.
I don't think you'd be confused with a killer.
Yeah. Yeah. And according to you, you've dealt with more stinky body parts than him. Let's talk about this again. 5 girls in a row, Michael Hines. I find that just absolutely impossible to believe. So let's talk about it for a second. Where did you find these 5 girls? How did that happen? When I moved to Austin, I had sex with 5 girls in a row, you said. So let's just jump right into it. I want to know where you're finding these fucking absolute, chicks with no fucking standards. Thank you. Yes, Matt Mueling. Thank you. We took a couple weeks off. I'm a little bit slow right now, a little dusty. Go ahead.
Well, I met them all on Tinder, and I'm a veteran, and so I wanted a girl to take.
You're a veteran. Really?
Yeah, well, I needed someone to take with me to IHOP and Applebee's to get all the free meals for Veterans Day, so I had to hop on to Tinder. And, she was a dog, but you gotta take what you can get, beggars can't be choosers.
Hold on. Deep Madness is telling him to stop. So, if you're a veteran, you get a free meal at IHOP and Applebee's?
On Veterans Day.
On Veterans Day.
Not Memorial Day. We're the ones that fucking dodge that shit, dude. They don't honor us on Memorial Day.
Okay, what branch of the military were you?
Marine Corps.
You were in the Marines? What exactly did you do?
I was air crew.
You were what?
Air crew.
Air crew. So
I worked on the helicopters. I was supposed to be a door gunner, but I was in California the whole time, so I never really did anything all that cool.
You worked on helicopters. Oh my God.
They make it pretty idiot-proof. They have like computers. It's like Lego pieces. You see the screw go in, and it's like 2-sentence summaries of what you have to do. They make it pretty.
How'd you get on? How'd they let you in?
I don't know, man. Someone
served our country with that Karen haircut, for real?
It was a little shorter then.
You know who he looks like though is the I can't say you might know his name. He looked like the little elf from the Rudolph movie I watched with my daughter.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he does.
That's who you look like. It's been 100%. I got a fucking bobblehead of you at home. For Christmas I put out for my daughter. It's solar and it just goes like this, and it's you, the one that wants to be the dentist. No shit.
Unbelievable. It is true. You do look like a pitcher for every women's softball team. This is unbelievable. Michael, so how long have you been doing stand-up?
Like 7 months now.
What do you do for a living?
I'm on unemployment right now, rocking the system, baby.
Oh, the taxpayers love to hear that.
Hey, guys.
Yeah. So let's go back to this one more time. 5 girls in a row. But meanwhile, the day that you get Applebee's and IHOP, that's only one day. So you're saying that you went on Tinder to take these girls out for your free meals, but that's only one day. Did you go to like IHOP for lunch and Applebee's for dinner?
Well, most of them I didn't really want to take out. The first girl kind of looked like the Buc-ee's mascot.
Dude, you look like the Buc-ee's mascot. What are you talking about?
The second one was like, she was like trailer trash. She was missing, like not all the way, but meth is eating away a good percentage of.
And we know you've always wanted to be a dentist, so
you're perfect.
There was one really good looking one. Like, I don't know what she was thinking, or maybe my pictures are a little.
She thought you were a hot lesbian.
But she was like a Brazilian girl, and she was like a foot taller than me.
Yeah.
I only brought her to my house. We had a good time. I brought her home, and then she was like, "Listen, you're really cool, but we're done." And I was
So what happened when you took her to your house? This hot Brazilian chick.
Right now, my bed's on the floor, but at the time, I was renting a place with a really high bed frame, so it like worked out because I could actually bend her over that. I couldn't quite get up there.
That doesn't
but I
make
could hit her.
sense.
No, like she.
That would be the opposite.
It worked out. She liked how tall it was. She was able to kind of show off. She was like an Amazonian queen, dude. It was pretty cool.
Why do you think she had sex with you?
I don't know. I guess because Tinder didn't add the height part yet, but now it's pretty much over, dude. I put 5'9" and I'm kind of lying.
Oh yeah, you're definitely lying.
Yeah, 5'8.5" maybe. I don't know. 5'7".
5'7". Yeah, you're getting closer.
I'm sticking with 5'8", and I'm gonna take it to the grave.
Shut up, Michael.
Sorry.
What do you do for fun? Tell us something interesting about your life, the history of your life, real quick before we let
I
you
used
go.
to be a jiu-jitsu instructor for like 6 years.
Uh-huh.
And kickboxing. I don't really do it so much in Austin because I don't have a lot of money anymore. But I used to do it for fun. Now I just kind of take my dog out for walks and do comedy.
Oh my God.
There isn't a single thing that you've said that matches your face and body and personality and voice and hair.
But almost everything you've said matches those shorts.
My mom got them for me. We had to take a family photo, and I didn't have any nice khakis.
Oh my God. Well, Michael, congratulations.
I believe him.
We have people of all different shapes and sizes on this show, and congratulations, you got pulled out of the bucket first. Michael, here's a little joke book for you. There goes Michael Hines, everybody. He's leaving here with a gel blaster. The great people over at Gel Blaster. Your next bucket full. This looks like another new name. Let's see what happens here. Make some noise for Halima Abshir, everybody. Halima Abshir. We're going to meet them straight out. Here's Halima, everybody.
What's going on, guys? My name is Halima. I look like a transitioning boy all the time. I have a resting political discussion face. I look like a walking Twitter argument. Like, most people just assume that I voted for Biden. I've never voted, ever. You know what I did in the last primary? I just watched Steve Harvey. Yeah, I just laid on my couch going, what yo ass say? Yo ass is going to hell. I love Steve. I think he should be our next president. Vice President Herschel Walker. You're not with me? President Trump. Vice President Herschel Walker. That's the America that I want to see. Secretary of State, Kanye. All right, is that the minute?
52 seconds. Okay, I guess she is done. Halima Abshir, everybody. Welcome. Very funny. Arrested political face, hilarious. How long have you been doing stand-up?
4.5 years.
4.5 years. Where at?
Columbus.
Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah.
Beautiful. That is the hometown of Brian Redband. That is indeed where we all went to college.
Yeah.
You were born and raised there?
Yeah.
Ethiopian?
Somali.
Oh, Somali. Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah, you guys.
I was on the show back in 2019.
In Columbus?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was like you were really young. It was like your first or second time or something.
I was like 8 months in. I was like 20.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I do remember you.
Yeah.
Awesome. Red Band always remembers the young ladies, no matter what. Real.
Dude, I was heavy back then too. I was like 220.
Wow. How'd you lose the weight?
Just calories in, calories out.
There you go. That's how you do it, Red Band. There you go. You learned.
Yo, dude, I ate 2 chocolate croissants yesterday.
You what?
I ate 2 chocolate croissants yesterday.
Oh, shit.
It's all about math, baby.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Have you ever had any other kind of croissants? Or do you stick with your own kind? What do you do for a living?
I'm a barista. I was fired yesterday.
Whoa, very cool.
Yeah, I was overqualified for the job. I worked in like specialty coffee for like 4 years because of stand-up, and then got fired yesterday.
Okay.
And that's why you took the croissants.
I was very glad I did when I got the call. I was like, man, I really deserve this one.
Yeah. When they fired you, were you like, Sama, leave? Somali.
That's a good pun.
Sama, leave?
That's a good pun.
All right. Kind of.
I liked it.
Thank you. And you're Somali, so your vote is the one that counts. So what did you do to get fired exactly?
Giving discounts to regulars.
Ooh.
Yeah, which is a part of the purpose of the building. It's one of those Berkshire Hathaway type things.
Okay.
They're just like, oh, they paid us to like open up a coffee shop here, and everyone that lives here gets 15% off.
I was going to ask you, what were you giving them 15% or you giving them like 65?
Oh, I was giving them 15.
And they fired you for that?
Yeah.
Oh, well, fuck them then.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's a latte to take in.
Another good fun. Let's go, dude. Puns for the win. Puns for the win.
The 10 and a half year anniversary of that joke being made on this show, everybody. Brian Redband bringing it back. Oh my God. So, they fired you for something that is a normal thing that you're supposed to do. Did you say that to your manager when they tried to fire you?
It was just a phone. I knew when I got the phone call I was going to be fired for something. I don't know why. I just expect bad shit to happen all the time.
That is so weird because normally someone like you is the person that doesn't get fired even if they did their job.
I know. I was stealing hoodies from them.
Nowadays, they need people like you. They must have some trans person they have to hire at the coffee shop because they're like next in the.
Here's the problem. I make latte art every single time. Every time. I'm a killer at it. All the non-binaries over steam. It's ugly. It's foam.
Right.
Bitch, that's a cappuccino. That's a gigantic cappuccino, you fat fuck.
Right. Right. Absolutely.
So I need a 9 to 5 or something.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? What's your method of survival? You live here now?
Yeah.
And how
I'm
much?
good for like November.
Good till November. All right. One of my favorite Wyclef Jean songs.
You could always hijack ships.
Oh, man.
That's a joke. That's out there.
Yeah. Go to Somalia, bomb a little bit, make a little cash, come back.
Make them coffee.
Yeah.
Go down there and make them coffee.
Yeah.
I am the cappuccino now. So, what are your skills? What could we possibly hire you for? If there's a lot of, the economy here in Austin's booming. How long have you lived here?
Like 2 months.
Okay.
I I'm a people person. I could small talk.
People person.
I bake bread. I can cook well.
Okay.
Like, I'll cook the shit out of vegetables. I mean, any which way. Beurre blanc, all types of sauces. Dark roux, light roux, whatever you want.
Why'd you say the dark one first?
Because I don't...
It's a real thief here with you. Chocolate croissants.
It's Austin. I'm
black
trying.
coffee.
I don't see a lot of black people anymore, so I have to think of black people to feel like I'm black.
Now you know how D Madness feels. You're welcome, D. Okay. What else other than cooking? Give us another skill or talent. Trying to figure out.
I was getting like $500 a month from stand up before I moved here. That was a skill.
How were you doing that?
Kids, just like
Columbus?
Thursday. No, all over Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana.
Okay.
Driving.
Yeah, that's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, it's not. I don't know. Yeah.
Is there anybody hiring out there? Any business owners hiring? Clap your hands.
Come on, who needs vegetables cooked?
I've done sales. I've done
Who needs the
sales.
shit cooked out of their vegetables? Somebody out there needs it.
I've tutored math.
Not right now. Hold on, switching gears.
All right, Hans's mom. We see what's going on over here.
I did go to Kumon for like 10 years.
You went to what?
Kumon.
What's that?
It's like some math learning place. It's just extra homework.
Okay.
That's just what it is. It's a lot of Asian people gathering to make their kids do more homework. That's
wow.
Yeah, some people know what it is. Yeah, they didn't have that in Youngstown.
Right.
Yeah, definitely not.
You are correct. Quite the opposite. Okay. Well, I guess we're not going to find you a job. One more time. Any business owners out there? Clap your hands. Wow, no one looking for a Somali barista that gives away discounts to people that should get them.
Yeah.
This is real. That's a real glimpse of Texas, everybody. For those of you watching on the internet, there are guaranteed so many business owners here right now. What do you do for a living, sir? You just lied. Did you hear that, Bob?
I don't have any employees.
Started with this alphabetical fake job you could come up with. I'm an aardvark. I mean an accountant. Holy shit.
That's what I love about Texas. You don't get extra points for affirmative action.
That is true.
Shit. We don't need you guys.
That is true.
Love it.
I'm looking at our sponsors here. You can't work for Connect Mobile Health because they're nurses. You can't work for Austin Pools because you can't swim. Tony, what does that mean?
It means don't worry.
Okay, now that's racist, Red Man. That is wrong. Well, Halima, sign up for the show again. You're very, very funny. You're leaving here with a big joke book, cool as fuck, with an alien on it, mothership theme, the bones, the eye of the great bones eye. Halima, it's coming at you. Halima. All right, I'll hand it to you. There you go. Well, yeah, great stuff, Halima. How about one more time for Halima Abshir, everybody? That's what it's all about. Okay, now this is very exciting. I pulled your third name out of the bucket, and there is an I next to it in parentheses, which means this bucket pull is inside of the room, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of you, representing you, the audience. Usually it's a first-timer. Let's see what happens here. Ladies and gentlemen, Miguel Gonzalez, everybody. How about that? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. We met this guy during the commercial break. Oh, my God. We're in trouble now. Hey, what up, everybody? Opening line. Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey. I could do his entire 60 seconds right now. Yeah, let's get Mike Feeney another drink, whatever he's having. Hell yeah. All right, one more time for your very own Miguel Gonzalez.
Hi, everybody. So Nick nicknamed my booty hole Shrek because I stay having swamp ass. Just like Shrek, he doesn't want anyone in his swamp. But just like Donkey, my lady refuses to listen and tries to stick her finger in there. But we all know in the end, though, Shrek ultimately loves Donkey's company, and there's even sweet sequels. That is it.
All right. Dude, what? More.
That is it.
What the fuck was that? 20 seconds of your butthole Shrek hybrid jokes?
Yeah.
Written on a full-length napkin?
Yeah.
Where were you when you wrote that?
I was at work, like, I don't know, when we buy tickets, like 2 months ago?
2 months ago you wrote that. You wrote 20 seconds of material 2 months ago, and you're like, with the laughter, this will be good.
In my head.
This will be 60 seconds for sure, yo.
Right.
These people have no idea how funny Shrek and buttholes are combined.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so...
Wait, what? Paul, what'd you just say to this guy? Oh, yeah, put the microphone up to your mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, when I wrote this, I had it like, I was going to say it slower, but I'm up here, I'm nervous, and I just ran right through it.
That was never going to be a minute.
Yeah.
That was
no chance.
You actually sped through that. Yeah, that would have never been.
Yeah.
That is
very nervous being up here.
I can't imagine how wet your ass must be right now. I mean, knowing the little bit that we know about you and the situation that you're in.
This weather
right
has been bad.
Yeah, that's crazy because it is autumn right now.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. Where do you live, Miguel?
40 minutes outside of Los Angeles. You performed at the Ontario Improv.
Yes.
So
Ontario is the answer. Okay, very good.
When I say Ontario, it's always Canadian.
No one thinks you're Canadian. Miguel Gonzalez.
Canadian. Yeah, Canada. My bad, Canada.
We don't think
Write that into that act, Canada. Write that on that map.
Yeah.
I'll play another couple seconds.
Hey, I'm from Canada. I had to jump the wall to get here.
My parents did.
You what?
My parents did.
Your parents did. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Did they ever tell you that story?
Honestly, they didn't jump it. They drove right across.
Oh, okay.
Drove right across.
Shout out to the Border Patrol. Yes. Thank you so much.
Coincidentally, that's my cousin, Border Patrol.
Your cousin's in the Border Patrol. What do your parents think about that?
They don't really care.
Right.
He let them in. He opened the
Yeah,
door.
exactly. Exactly. He's the door guy.
Yeah.
What do you do for work, Miguel?
I drive big rigs.
You what?
Drive big rigs.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's where that swamp ass is coming from.
Exactly.
So you wrote that 2 months ago.
Yeah.
And you've kept it on that napkin the entire time.
No, I wrote this in the hotel.
Okay.
But it's been in my head since, those 2 months.
You had it memorized.
Kind of.
And in the hotel, you're like, give me a napkin.
Well, I knew I was going to completely forget it. So I was like, I'm going to need to write this down.
Yeah. Okay. What do you do for fun? Tell us a fun fact about your life, Miguel.
I used to play hockey, but I love going to concerts.
Wait,
That's my thing.
you used to play hockey?
I used to play hockey.
No.
Just like a little league, though, not professional, obviously.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, obviously.
This guy gives us a bunch of information we don't need. Ontario, you'll never believe it. California, not Canada. Yes, I played hockey, not professionally.
Yeah, obviously.
Wow. Unbelievable. Goalie?
No, forward.
Okay. And you played hockey.
Hockey.
How did that go for you? How did you learn hockey?
Through a friend. He just kind of, I went to go watch him, and then it was cool watching him. He told me to buy all my gear, so I did. And
That is so weird. Normally, Mexicans hate ice.
Yeah, that's great.
Yes, it was. Absolutely. So, other than hockey, you have any special skills or talents or anything like that?
No, just hockey.
What's your love life like?
Girlfriend's over there.
Is that the orange-haired woman? That's her.
Wow, orange hair.
Wow,
Okay.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Did she prepare material for this? No, no
No.
chance. Right? Absolutely not.
No.
So did you run that Shrek material by her?
Or not really, but kind of my brother. But no,
she's saying no aggressively.
Yeah, no,
actually,
not really. No.
So you didn't know that when he got up here, he was going to point right at you and tell everybody you play with his swampy ass? You didn't sign off on that? Oh, that was new to you too? Oh, look at that. We're all in this together. How about that?
Hell yeah. I like that. How long have you two been together?
12, 15 years?
Wow. Look at that. You guys have kids?
No.
Why do you say it like that?
I don't want kids. We don't
You
want
said
kids
it like
at
you're from Ontario, Canada.
No kids. We don't want any. None.
Okay. What do? You have a pull-out method?
Plan B.
Plan B?
Plan B.
You just never taken a bunch of Plan B?
Well, no. I mean, pull out for the most part, but when I do, yeah.
Dude, what kind of Mexican are you? You play hockey and you don't want kids? I've never heard of that in my life.
Incredible.
Yeah.
I get opposite of a Mexican.
I get shit talked a lot for that. Trust me.
This Plan B thing is so interesting to me because I don't hear that very often. That's not like a normal thing that, hey, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Plan B. How many times do you think you've had this poor woman take Plan B?
At least once a month.
It's a month? A month? Have you...
This gotta be like this weekend. Literally this weekend.
He's going like, cut it out. Have you guys...
You guys ready to start tonight's show or what? Every single week I book this Mamma Jamma. Normally two of the best comedians in the world, but every once in a while we have a guest that is so fucking good, that's so great that we want to give it a little room to breathe. I present to you one of the greatest guests in the history of the show, a person who people say one of the best guests ever, guest of the year multiple times before we even started giving out that award. When we were on the come up, this guy was crushing for us. He's also literally one of the best comedians of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's guest, the one, the only, the great Jimmy Carr. Oh my God. The legend. The man. We love him. We love Jimmy Carr. Look at that. They're on their fucking feet. For the King of London. The Joke Smith. The man himself.
Well, I can't believe your luck. I'm here.
We are so happy to have you back every time, anytime. You are the man. Our chemistry is unbelievable. Some people say we're two of the funniest ventriloquist dolls on planet Earth.
Would have been okay in music hall, wouldn't we, 1,000 years ago?
Yeah. We've always had fun, Jimmy. You know how the show goes. Over 200 innocent souls signed up for this bucket tonight. Anything can happen sometimes. Lately, we've had some real good veterans of the game. Some 20, 30, 40-year comedy vets have been signing up, trying to make it finally in their lives. And they do. Here, they finally get the respect they've been looking for. Sometimes it's a brand new mentally ill person that didn't practice or try at all, which people also love that too. Either way, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angriest Hollywood bear, which interrupts their set, and then we conduct an interview.
I love the phrase brand new mentally ill.
Oh yeah.
Like they weren't mentally ill yesterday, but today it's gone too far.
Oh yeah, it happens fast. Oh, they snap fast. Some people go into Shakespeare's The Crazy Bar next door, where we keep them all huddled together, and they're not even mentally ill when they go in there. And then after 20, 40 minutes around the other comedians, they've for some reason they've decided to do a deal where pitchers of vodka soda are of an extremely low price. I can't imagine the gasoline-like vodka that they're putting in there. I'm gonna have Lindsey Graham's granddaughter pull the first name out of the bucket tonight. And while we go wrangle that first bucket pull, we're going to get tonight's show started with a brand new set from one of our golden ticket winners, everybody. It's been a while since we've seen this young man, and he is indeed very young, one of the youngest ever golden ticket winners in the show's history, winning it at the age of 21. He's now 22. He's a musical prodigy. Getting us started tonight, he goes by the name, put your hands together, for Tony Scar, everybody. Here we go.
It's come to my attention. The internet thinks I'm gay. That's wrong, offensive, and untrue. So I hooked a lie detector to the lights on the stage, because that's what a straight guy would do. I've never had anything up my ass, except a finger and a butt plug one time. And a gerbil twice. Everyone's tried that. Everyone on this stage has tried that. You wonder why these bucket pulls are so nervous. The gerbil's in the contract. I was behind the stage. Tony said, it's time for the gerbil. So I squatted and I prayed. And he put in a guinea pig. Anyways, I'm not gay. I'd never kiss a man. If you don't count my priest. And a good childhood friend. I don't even look gay. Fine, I see a lesbian in the mirror. And when I wipe that mirror off, that lady just gets queerer. I don't have any weird kinks. What the fuck does yellow mean? Are you insinuating that I like pee? God, this is fucking taking. Gay people scare me. I'm scared of women, and gay people are close enough. They freak me out every time because their hands are so soft, but their knees are so rough. Okay, I've been Tony Scar. Thank you guys.
Tony Scar. Very
That
fun
sucks.
experimental little set tonight. Knowing the lighting guy, I can't believe how good that went. Been doing this show with that lighting guy for 6 years. He doesn't have our cues memorized.
I'm a lighting guy.
Oh, you brought your own? Oh, brilliant. Sorry, Kino, but that must really hurt for you right now. Jimmy Car, what do you think about this young buck?
So you're saying you're not gay?
I am.
Agree to disagree.
I am a straight man. I
I would disagree with both of those.
Right.
I think you are neither straight nor a man.
Okay.
You are a gay boy.
What would you?
I'm not throwing any shade.
Are you saying I'm your type, Jimmy?
Yeah. Listen, I don't think you have to be gay to fuck someone just stronger than him.
True.
Tony, you told me this, didn't you? It's not gay if the balls don't touch.
Right.
It's true. That's just good old fun. That's what that's called.
I think I had an idea for the finale of the show.
Yeah.
We double team it.
Oh, I love this idea.
Anything to get to Hollywood, man. I'm in.
I love it. You're already in Hollywood. How's life been, Tony? Tell us about it. How's life changed lately?
It's been really good, man. It's been really good. It's been horrible, Tony. It's gone terrible.
What's going on, Tony?
I'm fighting with the fucking lie detector behind me. It's been good. Everything's been going good. It's hard to balance the comedy and the other aspects of life, and I'm having trouble finding like content to bring into the comedy.
There you go. Red Band found his gerbil sound effect, everybody. Not a moment too soon. Interesting.
But life is like way better than it was a year ago. I've just encountered a lot of like struggles I didn't expect to, but fucking everything's great, dude. Can't complain.
Tell us about that. How's your life changed since becoming a Kill Tony Gold Ticket winner?
So now I get to do what I love, which is awesome, but I also have trouble dedicating time to anything other than comedy. Like, I'm a fucking psychopath. I do nothing but comedy.
I can't see how this is a problem.
I'm poor as fuck, Jimmy. I'm poor as fuck.
But that'll come later.
That will come later.
You're paying your dues now.
Well, if you double team me, it'll come a lot quicker. So.
Nah, we're not going to pay you for that. That's just good old free fun right there. I love it, Tony. What else is going on? Tell us more.
Well, everything's going good. I live in a studio apartment right now. I live with my girlfriend because she doesn't have a car or a place, so she just kind of moved into my place, and that's how that went.
It'd be crazy if she had a car and a place, and she's not real. Like if you had to imagine a car and a house for her as well, that's a lot of imagining. Oh, she's from Canada, right?
She's not from Canada.
Sure she is. My girlfriends are always from Canada.
Where did you find this lovely homeless woman that you moved into your place?
She's great. She's awesome. I found her on Hinge. We met on Hinge. I know. It's bad. 6 months in. Like on and off. Mostly off. And that's mostly me. And that's my bed. And yeah.
Does she have no job?
She has a job, but she makes like $13 an hour. She doesn't have her GED yet.
Wow.
Okay, that sounds fucking bad. Hold on.
Let's rewind on that.
She's 20. I think. No, she's 20. She's 20 years old. She dropped out of high school and hasn't gotten her GED yet, so she just moved into my place and I'm kind of helping.
What do you think about this genius?
I think it sounds like you've trafficked a lady to live with you, which is good. If you had, sorry, going back to the gay thing, I don't want to harp on, but if you had to describe her vagina, would you say it's an outie? Quite a pointy vagina that sometimes comes on you.
I would say ignorance is bliss, Jimmy. Ignorance is bliss.
I was waiting for a real answer to that question. I was hoping you were going to distract
me. She does have a vagina, and that's a big thing for me. So yeah.
Does your balls touch?
Bet you'd like to know, Red Band.
I love it, Tony. Well,
I gotta say, I really love it. I think you're such a likable presence on stage.
I appreciate it.
You got it's just effortless. And I love that. I love the kind of style of it. It feels really kind of, and sometimes with musical comedy, it can feel a little bit kind of predictable. Like you kind of know where they're going to go, and it was just every line was a gag. It was fantastic. I loved it, man.
I appreciate that.
I love that you're experimenting, bringing production into it at 22 years old. Like, if you keep on this pace of trying different outside of the box things, the stuff you're going to be doing at 25, 27, 30 should be fucking nuts. So
yeah, I've been trying to just keep up with the writing, like a minute a week. I try to write so that I can keep up.
Yeah. Keep doing it. Appreciate doing it. Tell your girlfriend to get her fucking GED, dude.
Yeah.
The fact that you're the bread breadwinner of the household. It's nuts. The 22-year-old with an acoustic guitar just bringing home the bacon. I love it. Well, Tony, great start to the show. Way to get it started for us. Thank you so
One more
much.
thing, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
I am going on tour. Tickets are at scarcomedy.com. If y'all want to hit that up.
There you go.
Yeah,
There he is.
Thank you guys very much.
The
I
young
love you all.
Tony Starr, everybody. He is a young man indeed, and this looks like an old name. I do believe this guy was a war general at one point for the Confederacy.
Are we allowed to have people?
I don't know if we're allowed. I think his statues are coming down. Make some noise for what I believe is the Kill Tony debut of Robert Lee, everybody. Here's Robert Lee.
So white, he's got to be racist. I quit drinking 14 months ago with my friends. It's at this age, it's ridiculous. They all start talking about Conor McGregor, and we talk about girls he's with, and then they start crying. My wife won't blow me. Like, damn. You're sitting there in your blowjob. Oh, there we go. It's a good time. And I tell them I think about it. You know, where was your wife when you were preparing for your colonoscopy? I'll tell you where mine was. 37 seconds after I said, this shit ain't working on me. She was cleaning shit off the bathroom skins. That's where my wife was. Well, it's hard to go down on a guy that's done his life. You see him prepare for his colonoscopy when you're young, like most all of you are. All your shit's where it's supposed to be. Nothing leaks. You're a truck driver. My ass looks like it's ready to settle down. Wife does laundry. God for that cat.
All right. Robert Lee, ladies and gentlemen. Or as I call him, Stone Cold Steve Awful. Wow. What a way to bring it down, my friend. Absolutely incredible. You must be the father of Tony Starr's GED list girlfriend. You seem like graduating from high school would not be a demand on your children.
No, I'm from Kentucky. I got a CD.
We know. You're from Kentucky, Robert.
You didn't know.
Absolutely.
Really?
You have a truck license, am I correct? A CDL?
I'm forklift certified.
I knew that. Somehow I knew that. Amazing.
And where did you serve your time?
I'm a Class D killer. Nah, man, I went one time. I learned my lesson.
What did you do the one time?
Oh, well, I had some meth.
Oh, perfect.
I did. I tried that one time for 10 years or so.
One time?
Yeah.
You're the only person to ever try meth one time?
For 10 years or so.
Oh, for 10 years. Got it, yeah. Got it.
But I woke up next to a gentleman. He was about
welcome to my world.
It might have been the same. He was firing off a turd and still shit jack.
He was what? Put the mic up to your
firing off a turd into a steel shit jack.
Steel shit jack. Describe to us non-Kentucky people what a shit jack is, my friend. Some of us were not born and bred in the land of incest. Go ahead.
Just if you have that way with language where you can conjure the phrase firing off a turd into a, what was it again?
Stainless steel shit jack.
A stainless steel shit jack.
That is a kind of poetry that Mark Twain could only dream of. That's the set right there.
Yep.
That's it.
Well, I mean, that was a turning point in my life. The Lord had my attention. I said, God, what do you want me to do? He said, don't do meth. I was like, I got you.
Real quick before I move on with the 75 questions that I have, I have to know before we move on, what exactly is a shit jack?
Have you ever been number 3?
Nope. What's a number 3?
Three piss shit jack.
Jack off.
Number 3.
Jack off.
Jack. Sorry, real bad.
Okay, I know you just did his entire act right then. Hold on. So again, I'm gonna ask again. Describe what the physical substance of a steel shit jack is. What is that?
Well, it's where all your roommates are in the same room as it's in the middle of the floor, and when you shit, you're on display.
It's a bedpan.
No. You drink out the back of it.
Got it.
Don't do drugs.
Got it. You're in prison. A shit jack is a toilet. Wow. You could have said that at any point. You let poor Jimmy Carr from London, and you don't know what
I think I might be kind of like Dr. Doolittle for this guy. I can understand him. I know you all think someone just drew a face on a thumb, but I see him as a person. I can understand him.
I love it. So, Robert Lee, how old are you?
I'm 50.
50. What made you want? You just started stand-up, right? This is your first time?
No, I did it a couple times before.
Just a couple
times. You know, it's the American Legion back in Kentucky, where everybody knows.
The American Legion.
Yeah.
They do shows at the American Legion.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Fuck yeah. All right. What made you want to come to Austin, Texas, and sign up for this show?
Oh, well, I work in North Dakota, Northfield.
Okay. That's one answer to a totally different question.
Well, have you ever been to North Dakota?
No.
It's 50 fucking below. It's cold.
Oh, my God.
I wanted to come down here and, not be nervous. That's bullshit. Alexa, stop shaking walking over here. God dang.
Yeah. It's okay. Soon you'll be as stable as a steel shit jack. Let's check out the Jimmy Carr here.
Are you having an allergic reaction? you seem to have, I don't know how to describe it, but I think you've been stung by something. And I think whatever it was racist.
No.
I love it. How many black friends do you have?
Well, all of them.
Okay, how many? Give me a ballpark here. One. What's his name?
Shout out to Rufus.
His name is really Rufus?
He's really Rufus. I googled it. There's like Rufus Thomas. There's another Rufus.
There's a Rufus Thomas of the Rufus Thomas Band.
Right. Twice. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I had to Google that. All that shit.
Yeah. That's the thing I know about that. In Kill Bill 2, Samuel L. Jackson plays a musician in a wedding chapel, and he played with, at one point, the Rufus Thomas Band.
And now I have to tell Rufus about that.
How did you meet Rufus? I have to know how you and Rufus met. This sounds like a fucking CNN documentary.
He was the only black guy in North Dakota, not North Dakota, but in the whole place. They hired this one black guy, and he was from Chicago, and his name was Rufus. So I'd go meet him, and he's cool as a fan. He's my buddy. Yeah.
That's what happens when you meet black people. You were assigned to work with him. It wasn't a choice originally.
That's not true.
Yeah,
not true.
It's true. I got you there. What do you like to do for fun, Robert? You're 14 months off. Well, you quit drinking with your friends, but you drink alone now. Am I correct?
I don't drink much anymore. I've been on a life-changing journey for about a year and a half.
Okay, tell us about this life-changing journey. I'm very excited about it.
Y'all ever heard of Trimbolin?
Tromboli?
No, Trimbolin. That stuff that made Chris Benoit and he's little retarded kid.
Oh my goodness.
You know what I'm talking about?
Say it one more time.
Trimbolin.
Yep. Nope, we don't know about that.
There you go.
We don't know about that.
Trimbolin.
We're as senseless as a shit jack over here. Just go ahead and tell us what that is exactly.
Well, that was anabolic steroid.
And you're on it.
Yeah, I didn't take it today, though, because I thought I'd be nervous.
Yeah, you don't want to be nervous.
Like you're sweating. Look at your thumb.
Look at you. You're drier than a fucking wet washcloth up here. Yep, soaking wet. Yep. Maybe you didn't take your steroids today. So what happens when you do take your steroids, Robert Lee?
Well, it's like muscle mass, what I call it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you're not stripping copper, you pump an iron. Looking out the window for the cops, but if they're out there, you can see the fuck they want.
Yeah.
And the
I bet the cops love you. It's like when you go out and talk to the cops, it's like that Spider-Man meme where they're all pointing at each other.
Just out there looking for the other Rufuses in the neighborhood, you know what I mean? We don't like them Rufuses.
No, he's my boy. I like
him. No, I know, I'm joking. I'm making a joke. You have any kids or anything? You ever been married? Four kids?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, how old's the youngest?
13.
Okay, how old's the oldest?
31.
Wow. Is a 31-year-old doing good?
Doing great, yeah.
Okay, everyone's happy?
Everybody's happy.
How about the 13-year-old? How, like,
He's tearing up all my shit.
well, I bet he's getting into your steroids while you're out playing comedian at nighttime.
No, we've already had to talk about the steroids. We don't talk about what happens at home. You know?
Oh, wow, okay. Baby crying? You got a baby crying on there? You got it. There it is. There it is. Okay, all right, Redman, that's enough. It's out of control. Jimmy, what do you think about this guy?
I feel like we're friends now, so I just want to hear more. It's fascinating.
Yeah.
What would you like to hear?
You know what you do for a living? What's your day job?
I work in the oil field. I take the drill cuttings that comes out of the hoe and they put the frac fluid on it. The Democrats say it causes cancer, but I'm fine. And I haul it to the
Did you say the Democrats say it causes cancer?
Oh, California. Have you read this?
It probably causes cancer, dude.
I'm fits a fiddle. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, if they're saying it causes cancer, that means they knew about it like 20 years ago. All right, so that's what you do.
They do Geiger meter every month.
To check for nuclear,
Yeah.
radiation.
You can fuck with them with a banana peel, though.
You can't do what?
You can, a banana peel. You can fuck with them. You put it in there and it pops off the little Geigers.
Banana peel makes a Geiger meter go off.
Yeah. Duh.
Jimmy.
Sorry, I asked what you did for a living. No clearer to an answer there.
Oh, I drive a truck and I haul drill cuttings. What they take out of the ground, I haul to the disposal.
Oh, okay. Drives a truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you're in a hurry, just say I drive a truck.
Oh, I don't have nowhere to be.
I love it. You're a very, very interesting guy. I think you're a funny dude. You know, you gotta you gotta put it together. A whole minute on, people don't really want to picture you getting your prostate checked. You know what I mean?
I didn't get a picture.
That was my next question. I don't know how you do that, but I wanted to see what it looked like. But I like your style, man. Like I said, we have all different shapes and sizes of people signing up nowadays, and I like that. You came up here. Here's a medium joke book, my friend. Robert Lee. Getting tonight's fucking started. Very long interview. Very interesting guy. Very fun. And we're off and running. There she is. The lovely Heidi, ladies and gentlemen, in real life, the real deal, a modern day Vanna White. Half the year's over. If your credit still needs work, the time is now. Kickoff makes building credit simple and affordable. Getting started with Kickoff just takes a few minutes right from your phone. It's just $1 for your first month, and there's no credit check, no hidden fees, and no interest. Users with credit under 600 grow an average of 86 points just by paying on time. Red Band.
Join over 1 million users already building their credit with Kickoff. With hundreds of thousands of positive reviews, there's a reason why Kickoff is the #1 credit builder on the App Store.
That's right. So start building credit with Kickoff today and get your first month for as little as $1. That's 80% off the normal price when you go to getkickoff.com/KillTony today. That's Kickoff without the C. Get KIKOFF.com/KillTony. Sign up for me at getkickoff.com/KillTony to activate offer. Offer applies to new Kickoff customers first month only. Subject to approval. Offer subject to change. Average first year credit score effective plus 86 points between August 2024 and August 2025. For Kickoff credit account users who start with a score below 600 and paid on time and when no delinquencies or collections added to the credit profile during the period. Late payments may negatively affect your credit score. Individual results may vary. All right, here we go. Speaking of lovely ladies, it's our first female comedian of the night. Make some noise for Lauren Baker, everybody. Here we go.
Oh man, when I was waiting to sign up here, waiting in a pub, a man came up to me and tried to sign up on my comedy notebook. He was so certain that I was the list that he's trying to sign up 5 minutes early. Like, I know I have clipboard energy, but that's a bit excessive. Anyway, clipboard energy, I do have it, whether or not you can tell. Picture me in a psychiatric facility. This is a game I invented. So I would try to find a little spot that looked like a UFO. or a UAP. Okay? Hop on it and go like this. This is a game I invented when I was balls deep in psychosis. Did I mention I was a patient? Picture me in red scrubs, light blue Ricky socks. This game was called Deadpool Pan's Labyrinth. I know you're thinking, you see no Deadpool in it. I thought about Rosebud Baker, she's a comedian. One of her sisters died in a hot tub. I thought about her the whole time.
Okay, Lauren Baker has made her Kill Tony debut. Welcome, Lauren. How are you?
Oh, I am excellent.
Welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up?
So, the first time was when I was 19, so 14 years if you go from that, but most of that has been off.
Right. It seems like you were doing some things in between then and now. Okay, what do you do for work, Lauren?
I help people accomplish things they've been putting off.
What exactly do you mean?
I hold space for people to process feelings and also hold them accountable for productivity. I'm a coach.
Okay.
I'm loving these faces.
Oh.
Give it to me, buddy.
I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but I think you should try stand-up.
I love that.
I think I like the energy, and there seems to be a lot of story here somewhere.
Yeah.
We need jokes.
You know what?
You had great ideas. I don't know what was going on, but it wasn't jokes.
You want to know what was going on?
What was going on?
Oh my god. So I spent all day prepping one set, okay? I'm here with my boyfriend, who's also a comic, and another friend. I spent like 5 hours prepping my 1 minute set, and then when we're here, my partner was like, are you gonna do the Deadpool Pan's Labyrinth? You should do that. And I've done it one time so far. And I was like, fuck, he's got good intuition, like he could be right. And I wrote a new, untested set.
So, a couple of things. Firstly, leave him. He's bad for you. You could do so much better. What was the joke in the original set?
Yeah. What would be the joke that you've done before that's worked?
Yep. Tall men aren't more attractive. They're just easier to find in a crowd. It's a risk management technique. You want me to do all of it? Because I'm going to take a second to remember the whole minute I planned.
If you don't have it memorized, then no, we won't make you do it. We're asking like
it's memorized somewhere. Just keep talking.
How often do you do this? How often do you try stand-up?
So for the past, I've only like gotten back into the past like 7 months, and would do, depending on the week, like 1 to 4.
Okay. And you don't have like a minute that you...
I do absolutely have a minute. I have so many minutes. Again, I just threw it out last minute, and then literally while I was waiting to be called, I was like, there's so many people here, there's no way I'm gonna get called. I'll just put my notebook away, chill out, and then they...
But then when you did, you had a little like few minutes probably back there, right? You're like, okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna talk about what happened during the sign-ups for like 20 seconds. Then I'm gonna do an impression of what I did when I was at a mental hospital for the next 40 seconds.
You know, I understand the opinion. I super appreciate the feedback.
It's not even feedback. I'm not even giving you feedback. I'm just saying what you did.
I
What you
disagree.
did.
Oh, you were absolutely giving me feedback.
No. I'm saying what you did. Feedback would be if I gave an opinion on what you did. Which I bet you're a lot of fun. The look on my face is feedback. Imagine what this boyfriend must be going through. Holy shit. No, I just said what you did. That's not feedback.
Keep her talking. Give him a chance to run.
I hear you.
Okay. You're sticking with it. So, all right, Lauren. What do you do for a living? Other than you make money coaching people, you people have it so bad in this life that they're literally like, I'm going to Lauren Baker for help.
Honestly, yeah. I wish I believe it.
You make good money doing that? What do you charge people? Just out of curiosity, there might be somebody that needs
It would depend on the container.
Container?
It's a coaching term. This is getting nerdy fast.
It's okay. Can you explain it?
Sure. So it would depend on the context, right? How long am I coaching you? Hourly? Are you doing package?
Let's say it's hourly. Let's say it's hourly. I'm just curious.
$150.
$150 an hour. And about how many clients do you have right now?
A dozen.
That's absolutely fucking mind-boggling.
I mean, I think I need to get my shit.
I love it. And how long have you been doing that for?
A year and a half.
Year and a half. And what made you get into that? What made you think, you know what, I can do this. I can help people get their lives together.
Proof of concept.
That's a good question. John Dees, actually, who rarely ever says anything on the show, has a great question. What is your success rate? Ballpark.
What do you give me information on what you want for that metric?
Are you a life coach? Are you a life coach?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so your training is mental illness, and you're telling people that what they need to do, and you don't know what your success rate is?
So I don't specifically handle mental illness. That would require like, different certifications.
Oh, D-Madness is jumping in.
Sorry, I would really appreciate to understand your question.
I know. We're trying our best with you, Lauren.
You really?
We really are, and this always works with everybody else. That should tell you something. We're really good at this.
Yeah.
We're really good at this. We have a 100% success rate here. Good, man.
Oh my God.
Jimmy Carr.
I feel like you kind of nailed it with the clipboard energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You feel like you're fighting the system here. You came out, you did a minute. It was pretty terrible. And we want to help. We want people to do well. And we're trying to get some stories out of you. And there's a lot of resistance to it.
A lot of resistance.
But like that thing of like going, you could just tell us about yourself. So you were in a mental institution.
Yeah.
Why were you in there?
I got diagnosed with schizophrenia last year.
Well, that's a big thing.
Okay. So let me just jump in for a second. So a year and a half ago, you started life coaching, and last year you got diagnosed with schizophrenia.
Yeah.
I think I'm figuring out why we don't have an exact success rate number.
Tony, schizophrenia, that means you can multitask. Right? There's different things going on.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people in there.
In that institution, did there happen to be a stainless steel shit jack? John Dees is wondering if all of your clients are you. John Dees on the keys.
Man, I wish.
I love that you're laughing up here while being resistant, and you seem like you have a great sense of humor.
I wish I'd shown it to you.
Sign up again, write, prepare, and stick with your guts before you sign up. Like, do what you're going to do. Come in with a plan, and then we'll have a fun interview, and we'll do it again next time. There you go. There's a little medium joke book. Lauren Baker, ladies and gentlemen, we're cooking. We are cooking. What did I tell you? Sometimes it's an old person, sometimes it's a young, brand new, mentally ill person. I fucking nailed that shit from the top. Before putting my hand in a fucking bucket, I was calling this shit. You never know what could happen next. Makes my sphere next bucket full. It's Greg Anderson, everybody. Here we go.
All right, I am also a schizophrenic life coach. Thank you. Yeah. Everybody, I am reconnecting with my mom on social media. Thank you. I super liked her and she unmatched with me. So that's, yeah. Little rough. Tinder joke for you. Thank you. Yeah, you've never been on Tinder in your life. Okay. Martin Scorsese is making a story about me and my friend's life in Austin, Texas, and it's called The Deported, so that's very exciting. Yeah. Thank you. I've been dating a lot of tall girls these days, but I don't like all the stubble. Yeah, that's a little rough. Thank you. You guys are a great crowd. Let's give it up for you guys. Fuck yeah. Yeah. All right. I went to a beach with my sister, tropical vacation, and she got stung by jellyfish on her arms, torso, and legs.
And so I pissed in her mouth and let her figure it out. So, thank you.
Funny guy, Greg Anderson. Welcome, Greg.
Thank you.
Welcome, Greg. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing stand-up for about 12 years, and I started in Vietnam.
Wow.
I know.
Tell us about that. How do you start there?
I was spit out the ugly bottom of the poetry community. No, I stopped doing poetry, which good call, and I started doing stand-up. And in Vietnam, and then I did that for 7 years, and then I went to Bangkok and did it for a couple years in Bangkok. Yeah, but anyways, let me tell you.
Okay, go right ahead, Greg. Go
I
right
got
ahead.
some crazy drugs. I like talking about salvia. I'm married. Okay, some fans. Normal people, you don't know what that is. You're a good person. And then I married a coworker. This is an old story. I married a coworker, a Russian girl, and we got married for her citizenship. Good story. Yeah. That was a long time ago.
Okay.
So up to you.
Where was your where were you working at the time? Were you
Working in a bar. We were shucking oysters in Toronto.
Nice.
But one more thing, Tony.
Okay, you're kind of trying
I'm
to.
excited. I'm jacked up.
Very good. You go ahead with the one more thing, and I'll decide where we go from there.
Exactly.
Go right ahead.
I'm lobbing the ball to you. And I'll just try to keep it short.
Thank you, my friend. You don't even have to say that. You can just say the thing.
You're right. I have a killer closer that I love.
Okay.
That usually works in front of a more ragtag audience than this. But I yell to the crowd. I say, "Who wants to see me get punched in the stomach by a hot girl from the crowd?" And they go, "Nice." But maybe that's not appropriate. I don't know.
We're not gonna do that.
We're not going to do that.
No.
Good.
No.
Good call. Your thing. Let's go.
Way to set us up for a nice lawsuit, though. I like your style.
Yeah,
Trying to make it all in one appearance here.
True.
I love it. Congratulations. So I'm deciding to go back to how did you end up in Vietnam in the first place?
Money. I was in Vancouver, and you ever get that feeling in cities where it's like, I don't think the city wants me to live here anymore. Yeah, and so, okay, teaching English. I have an English degree.
Nice.
And then I went to Vietnam, and Vietnam was pretty fucking good.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Tell us about it. Be a tour guide for Vietnam.
If we were in Vietnam, if I was in Vietnam right now, I would have a piece of shit motorbike, and I'd ride that fucking thing wherever the fuck I wanted to, okay? Yep. So fucking fun. If you go to Vietnam, don't ride a
Keep going.
If you're going to Vietnam, don't ride a motorbike in Hanoi. Don't ride a motorbike in Ho Chi Minh. But get on a bike outside of town, and it's like you're in on the fucking road. It's amazing.
Okay, so then from Vietnam you go to Bangkok.
Yeah, Bangkok was
What
great.
made you go to Bangkok?
I was temporarily banned from flying into Vietnam.
Perfect.
Yeah.
We hit it. We hit the goal line here.
Yeah.
Do you ever get the feeling that a country doesn't want you there anymore?
Yes. Good. Yeah.
How did you get
I've had that
banned?
feeling a few times.
Why did you get banned from flying into Vietnam?
COVID. I spent my entire COVID in Vietnam, and so I had the Cadillac of visas, which is a TRC, which is a 2-year temporary residency card. And so you're only supposed to, you get that card, you're only supposed to work for one place that gives you that card. I was like, I'm not going to give this card back, and I'm going to work for whoever the fuck I want.
Right.
But it was COVID. Sometimes I couldn't fly out. So they did not like that. I paid a $740 fine to immigration. And I thought I was still going to get back in the country. And so I flew into Bangkok, and then they were like...
Right, during COVID, you're like, how do I get closer to Wuhan?
Exactly. Let's get to the source.
Yeah. So then you're in Bangkok, and then what do you do in Bangkok?
So I'm trapped in Bangkok, I'm doing a whole bunch of stand-up. A bunch of my buddies are there. Great stand-up scene. And you did a show in stand-up. All my buddies went, I think. And so...
He does travel the world.
Yes. Yeah. Lobbing the ball to you. Anyway, no, sorry. And then so
Did I finish any stories in the show?
I'm trying. I'm fucking trying. So I started doing a bunch of stand-up, and then I picked up another English teaching job. I just signed a year contract. I do another year teaching in Bangkok.
Okay, where do you live right now?
Right now I live here. I came here from Vancouver.
Austin, Texas.
Yeah.
How long ago did you move to Austin, Texas?
2.5 months. 2 months.
And what have you learned about Austin, Texas? You've been all around the world.
Freak in the fucking cave.
What stands out to you about Austin, Texas? Don't give shout-outs to places to get more spots right now. Just we're focusing on the entire city.
Different kind of friendliness. Canadians have a friendly reputation. Texans have a very friendly reputation, slightly different.
Yes.
You know, I think the friendliness in Canada is a little passive aggressive or like a little standoff.
I agree, and I actually love this answer. I feel like it's something that we don't talk about often enough here. It's the friendliness of Texas.
Definitely. They say Southern hospitality, right? They say it.
Yeah.
And welcoming. They say welcoming. And so, but the friendliness in Texas is fucking up front. We're doing this.
Yep.
I'm being friendly. Let's fucking go.
Yeah,
You know what I
it
mean?
really is. You are spot on. I do love that. I don't even know if that's ever really been acknowledged. Somehow we always graze over that on this show, but people are very friendly here. Jimmy Carr.
I think it's because we know they could be armed.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah.
What are Canadians that unarmed Americans?
Right.
Yeah. Need to be as friendly up there. What are they going to do? Throw a fucking Tim Hortons donut at you?
Right, exactly.
And then we have it. Canada has a Texas too. We have
Calgary.
Yeah. It's just fucking oil, cows, cowboy hats.
No guns, though. Yeah, no guns. It's
Yeah,
just
we have hunting. True. We don't have street guns. We have I'm a moose hunter gun.
right. But every once in a while, you still have your mass shooters up there.
We try.
Yeah. Absolutely. So, how do you make money now, Greg? Now that you're in Austin, Texas, because everybody knows how to speak English.
My dad died.
Ooh. How did Dad die?
I think hit by a moose gun.
Hit by a moose gun. Fucking nailed it. Sorry. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Over here. How did Dad die?
Dad died. He got old and he had a disease that they didn't know he had. He had like a genetic disease.
And that's in Canada, right?
Canada.
Did they give him the
Oh, they kill him?
Did they give him the suicide?
They did not kill him.
They love doing that. They're Jimmy
They do.
So sorry, I don't know if you've had time to process this loss, but he died of a genetic disease, and you realize he was your father.
I know. Yeah, I got the call, and I haven't followed up about that. Yeah. 50-50 chance right here. I think I'm sick. I think I'm ill.
Perfect. Great. Let me ask you this. Out of all the women that you hooked up with in Vietnam, Bangkok, anything like that, any of them ladyboys?
No. One hilarious thing about ladyboys in the comedy scene was we would have comedians come through there from fucking Hong Kong and shit like that. And then some of the dudes would be like, hey, isn't it funny how you can sleep with a ladyboy and not be gay? And all the other comedians would be like, he's fucking gay. Yeah.
That's it?
That's
okay.
Yeah, that's it. No,
we covered that earlier here.
Okay.
Okay, great. No kids, no girlfriend?
No kids, no girlfriend right now.
How have you avoided that?
No kids?
Yeah.
One near miss, one big A, one.
Where was that at?
That was in Thunder Bay, Ontario.
Ooh, Thunder Bay, very specific.
Yeah,
there's a casino
I'll
there.
always remember that. Yeah.
It's a terrible name for her vagina.
Thunder Bay, there it is. And you guys took care of that. You got a Canadian
She took care of it, thank God. She was very cool about it. And, and, I wasn't, thank God, and she was very cool about it, and I'm not playing a name right now.
Perfect. Yes, don't do that. No need for the shout outs here.
True.
All right, Greg. Believe it or not, I really like your style, Greg. I got a big Bucky's joke book here.
Oh,
proper jokes.
Yeah, he did. You had jokes. You made us laugh. There's a big Bucky's.
Thank you.
Greg Anderson, everybody. We're having fun here. I'm loving this episode so far. We're flying through it. We have the great fucking Jimmy Carr here. He's got a new book that you can pre-order right now. It comes out in October officially, but you can pre-order it on Amazon. It is called On Jokes. And let me tell you, I don't know if you've seen it. You probably have. He's a global superstar, but this is truly one of the best joke writers in the world. And he wrote a book about how to write jokes. So for all of you listening out there, this is the fucking man. Pre-order the book. Do it. All right. Yeah. Your next fucking goal. This looks like another new name. Make some noise for Michael Head, everybody. Michael Head.
Thanks, guys. When I was in high school, I actually got bullied by a retarded kid. I don't know what type, where he was on the spectrum, but his special needs were to just tackle me for no reason. I'm standing on the sidelines, still getting blindsided helmet to helmet by retard strength. I was scared I'd get enough concussions to become like him. That's how it spreads. But I couldn't get him back, right? Because he doesn't know any better. So I got the other teams to bully him back because they didn't know he was retarded. I told him he was a 5-star prospect. Like, just wait till they put 99 in, bitch. He's a killer. He just signed with the Texas Longhorns. They don't play until the 4th, so he won't get hurt. That way, when he finally got in the game, they tried to hurt him. And you guys know, it's not whether you win or lose, it's how you play the game, right? Thanks so much, man. That's all I got. Thanks.
Yeah, 55 seconds from Michael Head. Sounds like a true story to me.
Yeah, it is.
Welcome, Michael. How long have you been doing stand-up?
It'll be 15 years in November.
Nice. Where at? Where were these 15 years?
I started in Tallahassee, mostly in Florida, a couple years in LA.
Okay, cool. You're in LA now?
No, I live here now.
How long ago did you move here?
About 6 months ago.
Okay. How do you like Austin?
I like it a lot, man. I like just grinding out mics. That's really why I came here.
You're having fun. You have a day job?
I do, yeah. I'm a dispatcher for like a AAA provider.
Oh, cool. Oh, yeah. How long have you been on the red band diet? Look at you, boy.
I grew up in Florida, dude. It's. I got postpartum diabetes.
I love it. I love it, Michael. I love it. Have you ever looked to see what the retarded bully is now up to in life? You ever do that?
It's weird. I feel like he was like 23 for some reason playing football with high schoolers.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's dead now.
Oh my goodness.
What can I say?
Oh my goodness. Luckily, if he watches this, he'll have no idea what you just said. Amazing. So 15 years, most of it in Florida. Now you're here in Austin. You're dispatching for AAA type of things. What do you do for fun? You look like a guy that has a lot of collectibles, a lot of hobbies.
I used to be big into toys. I'm actually like a writer all the time. I'm a screenwriter.
Okay.
And I actually did a semester in London where I, got to see Jimmy Carr and the Hit Editing Cats and all that stuff. So I'm a huge fan of you, sir.
Oh, well, that's very nice of you to say. Thank you very much.
Hell yeah. Jimmy Carr, meet Jimmy Truck. The big old boy. Michael, have you been like dating at all? Are you into that?
I'm trying, not since I moved here. Yeah, I had a little thing back home before I moved here.
Have you kissed a girl in Austin, Texas yet?
No.
Really? Well, let me tell you something about this crazy show. Is we turn on the red lights, Kino. We have a history on this show of giving a guy his first kiss ever in Austin, Texas.
Austin, not ever.
We have the best fan base in the world. They all are the coolest chicks. It has to be their idea. A lot of friends over here trying to get their friend raped.
I've got serious dry mouth too.
Oh, disgusting.
Yeah, Michael, bad.
Michael, take a sip. Crack the can of this water real quick. Take that. Is there a girl out there in the crowd that fucking wants to stand up and be a hero on this episode of Kill Tony? It'll only be seen by millions of people. She literally doesn't want to, guys.
I can take it or leave it, I'll be honest. I can take it or leave it, no pressure.
Anybody else? Anybody? Really? Nobody? Oh, okay, come on over. Here, sit there. Give her the shortcut, guys. We have a hero, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this awesome chick, making dreams come true. This is his first Austin kiss. Wow. Unbelievable.
Oh my God, you guys.
Look at him. Look how happy he is. Jimmy, what do you think about that?
You know what you did? You just stole your bully's Make-A-Wish.
Yes, you did. That is incredible.
Oh man, yeah, that was good. Thanks.
Whoa. What's your name, sweetheart? Megan.
Megan, find me after.
What kind of Asian are you, Megan? Vietnamese? Look at that. Amazing.
That'll work, yeah.
That's one of the greatest acts of war the Vietnamese have ever done in American soil.
Talk about a booby trap, right?
Hello.
I'm pretty sure you blew your head off before you even went to Vietnam in Full Metal Jacket.
Oh my God.
That is amazing. Michael, any other fun facts about Michael that we should know about? Do you have any special skills or talents or anything?
I don't know.
What kind of toys did you collect before you said you
Oh.
collected toys?
Dude, like,
Batman the Animated Series stuff, like all the classic action figures that I destroyed when I was a kid. So I'd buy them and then try to eBay them off.
I love it.
Oh, it's the worst.
How about now? You got nothing now?
Now I'm mostly sports gambling.
Oh, okay.
That void.
How about you? Did you gamble on the UFC this past weekend at all?
No, not UFC.
I lost vast sums of money betting on Conor McGregor. Vast sums of money, ladies and gentlemen. Because if he would have gotten a knockout in the first 2 rounds, I would have won vaster sums of money. It was fine. It was only a few $100, but I could have won a lot, believe it or not. What do you gamble on, Michael? You seem like a...
WNBA?
Oh, wow. Look at that.
We found the fan! We did it! I don't watch the games. I just bet them to go under in the points, and it works.
Are you serious? That is hilarious. That is...
Not very good.
That is hilarious.
Do you do that as a joke?
Yeah.
I'm going to start like a whole subreddit about this. I need to be making
you
only on my tip.
That needs to be part of your stand-up. That's hilarious. Just take the under. That is incredible.
Pre-partum diabetes is in the set, right?
Yeah.
You should have opened with that. That was smart. It's a great line.
My buddy gave me that tag. He'll be shocked.
No, that's great. That's fantastic. I mean, absolutely incredible. Well, Michael, very fun set. Here's a big joke book. Welcome. There you go. The girls let me give you a Michael head, ladies and gentlemen. All right, you know what? We're going to get one of our great regulars out here. We love this guy. He does a brand new Minute Plus every week. Not easy to do at all. One of the hardest things to do in the entire industry. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching him grow and explode in front of your very eyes. This is the Black Shogun, the Dark Storm of Austin, Texas. Hendrik Quinn, ladies and gentlemen.
Can I open up to you? Do you think, like, you know when you first meet, like, your friends' kids, and they just drop a new baby, and then when you go meet the baby, when you touch the baby start crying, it's because the baby remember all the nut punches you gave his father? You know, like a revenge punch, like they hit you, the ball, so you hit that nigga, you like, your kids gonna feel it, but now you get to see it. I've been trying not get to punch my nephews now. They like 15 years old and they get disrespectful. One of my nephews walked in the house, all the rest of them was Uncle Daddy. He looked at me, he was like, "What's up, Jedrick?" Like I know that nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not friends with you. So I punched that nigga in his chest, right? And then he said, "Why did you punch me?" So I hit him again because I hate stupid questions. Right, I hate stupid questions, and I hate these little bad kids, so I had to get stronger now, because now that nigga taller than me, and so I've been eating trail mix so I can get old man strength. I love trail mix. Trail mix, you can eat 20 things at one time, right? It's like a dry smoothie, right? It's a dry smoothie, and actually, if you drink a smoothie and eat trail mix, you can have 72 flavors in your mouth at one time. And trail mix is popping. It wasn't popping back in the day because them niggas didn't know M&Ms have to be in there, right? Like, don't bring me, because if the M&Ms ain't in there, it's just shit from outside, right? That's all it is. That's my time. I love y'all.
1 minute, 39 seconds. Always working harder than he has to. Dry smoothie. Hilarious. So funny. And the M&Ms, I mean, you covered it, dude. That's fucking... That is what trail mix is doing out there.
I'm thinking about bringing out my own line of trail mix, but I'm going to make it like Delta 8 trail mix. Yeah, so I'm going to have a whole lot of Delta 8 trail mix and Delta 8 beef jerky coming out in September. I'm waiting for Red Band to write the check.
Hell yeah. Absolutely. I mean, let's face it, the more good shit that's in trail mix, the better it is. There's some that have the little peanut butter bites, and some with M&Ms. In all reality, in some world, there is a trail mix that just has the bonus stuff in it. You know what I mean? The raisins, the M&Ms, the peanut butter fight.
You said the raisins is a bonus? That's the whitest shit you've ever said. That's white. I forgot he was white, so you said that. I knew he was Italian, but now I know you also white.
Like, wait, black people don't eat their own kind?
No, that's the sun.
You know, raisins are grapes, right?
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're doing. That's hilarious. That's hilarious, white dad. I love you so much. Raisins is nasty. Y'all be putting that shit in stuff that nobody has.
Oh, you're talking about our potato salad right
You
now.
knew I was gonna get there.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, we don't fuck with the raisins unless there's M&M's next to them.
Right.
They won't notice the raisins in there.
I'm with you. There's nothing more disappointing than a raisin when you thought it was going to be a chocolate chip. It's like
That is true. That is true. If you're thinking it's a chocolate chip and it's a raisin, that's a little bit tough. I'm going to go with my senior raisin correspondent here, Brian Redback.
Well, Tony, I agree with you. The raisins, it's nice to have a little sweetness to it, and I like cranberries also.
Ooh, cranberries.
You like the cranberries? Cranberries is good. That's because they got like a different bag. When you go through the airport, they got like all the different kind of trail mixes you can get. Sometimes I try to mix them together. But where I like ass, I've been putting they got these cinnamon pecans and these honey roasted cashews.
Pecans?
Yeah, pecans.
Oh my goodness.
You know what I'm talking about?
Sounds like something you'd find on R. Kelly's floor. Pecans. Oh my goodness gracious.
I feel like I fell into a subreddit.
We are talking trail mix right now. It's another rare treat here on the
We
show.
have trail mix where I'm from. I don't really.
That's why y'all lost the war. Y'all lost the war.
You guys just have
Too soon.
They just have aluminum cans of herring or whatever it is, some fish in general.
Boiled chicken and shit like that.
Peas and toast. Yeah.
I love y'all. Y'all good.
London is one of the few places Dedrick is still allowed to fly into, so trying to keep things square over
I'm
there.
gonna get locked up over there too. I want to tour the jails too while I'm out there, because some people just overlook the jails when they travel, and it's like, bro, you gotta go in there and meet the real people.
That's right.
So you can get the real secrets, right?
That's right.
Because I wouldn't have known when I was in jail in Japan. They McDonald's, like, they have to use like real ingredients, and at night they got a thing called a Big Mac, and it's like 2 like double cheeseburgers like put together, like, and then they give you like 10 nuggets, and it's only $3.15. That's what my niggas in the Yakuza told me before I left.
Whoa. Jimmy, could you do a little
Catch me up with the prison in Japan.
So I was being a really cool dude. I was being a really cool dude. I was doing some shows out in Florida, and somebody left their drugs in my bag, and then Japanese people love finding drugs. So they found it, and then they was like, stay here for like 23 days.
in a cell.
Yeah, in a cell, like sleeping on the floor, and then they said, do you want us to contact somebody? I said, call Joe Rogan. You know what I'm saying? I said, call Joe Rogan, tell Tony where I'm. So they came out, Joe Rogan came out there and got me up out of there, and then we
Was it like a jailbreak or they paid the bond?
No, it wasn't a jailbreak because I didn't want to break out because they don't give like bail out to like Americans because they'll say like they think you're gonna flee. But I was like, but y'all have my phone, so I can't. How I'm gonna get back? Like, you know what I mean? How am I gonna book a flight? Like, you know what I'm saying? They was like, oh, well, you can jump on the ship. I said, nigga, I'm not living on the ship for 3 months.
Right.
I can't swim, so I just stayed in the jail and shit.
I'm with you on the phone thing.
Come on, man.
I sometimes think if I lost my phone, I'm kind of effectively homeless.
Yeah, you're technically in. Once they took the phones, that felt more like jail. Because I kept getting like ghost vibrations, like when I was inside the jail, like I kept feeling like somebody calling me. But they don't give you pockets in jail, so I was like, oh yeah, so it can't be in my pocket.
Amazing.
So 23 days in a Japanese jail?
Yeah.
And have you kept in touch with anyone?
Yeah, two of the guys, I taught them how to get bail and stuff like that. I taught them how to like write letters to the judge. I used to do that when I was a delinquent, when I was a kid. I used to go to jail before.
You were a delinquent?
And then I stopped. And then I went back again. I just wanted to see what Japan. I wanted to sensei. Honestly, I wanted to sensei, and I wanted to get stronger. You know what I'm saying? So I thought, okay, let's just go to jail.
Same.
Amazing. I love watching the British communicate with pure Atlanta, just ghetto thuggery. I love it. I mean, that is literally like, that's what it's like when they make Neapolitan and the vanilla touches the chocolate sometimes. When they're like, we're not the same at all. We are not the same at all. Amazing. Well, Dedrick, I mean, you're just a stone cold assassin. We fucking love you. You did it again. One of the top young-rising comedians in the world, ladies and gentlemen, Dedrick Flynn. And we go on and on. This young man is an absolute fucking rising star as well. One of the elite door guys here at the Comedy Mothership. Make some noise. This is a brand new minute from Jay Legend, everybody. We know Jay. We love Jay. Very funny man.
I know I'm black before I say this. I don't think racism should end. I think we should just quarantine them all in one place so they can be around like-minded people. I think that one place should be Antarctica. It's hard to say nigga and be cold. You be out there like, there, man, you good. It's a lot of white people here that make me comfortable. Something I like to do to make y'all comfortable is I like to give y'all black words y'all can use in public. They're not going to sound like black words until I use them in a sentence, so be patient. All right? Black words are cologne, discreet, and innuendo. These are three of the black words. I use them all the time, but I know they don't sound like it, so I use them in a sentence. You will be my white spokesperson for tonight. You enjoying yourself? All right, good. All right, the black words I told you, cologne, discreet, and innuendo. All right, I'm not getting paid for this, okay? So do you think you could loan me some money? I'm not playing, because I've been out here in discreets. If you say no, I'm going to follow you home and climb in your window. Okay, y'all, that's my time.
Didn't sound like Jay Legend. He's done it again, folks. The legend of bags and boxes.
Let's go.
As he has, you've merged it, you have branding now. Look at you.
I fucked up last time.
Wow. Brilliant maneuver. Jimmy, amazing set, right?
Fantastic wordplay, great writing. I loved it, man. I love the swagger as well.
Me too, nigga. You don't even like a nigga in a three-piece, but you do that shit with the pinstripes.
The gloves don't fit. You must acquit.
Jay Legend, how's it been going?
Good, man. I've been trying to get my life correct. I almost died a couple months back.
Tell the people about that. We know about that.
Yeah, well, I almost died. Fucking been smoking too much weed, and my lungs tried to give up on me. I went to the hospital. They had me in there, and they was gonna hook me up to some tubes. And that's what saved my life, because the doctor was like, "We want to shove this tube in your throat." I was like, "Y'all ain't shoving shit in my throat. Y'all can get that shit right now. I'm not gonna be gay in front of my child here."
Hell yeah. Your kid was with you at the hospital?
Yeah, his mom and them brought him out because they thought I was going to die, so they was all there scared.
Wow. What, your lungs?
Yeah, like I smoke. I'm an asthmatic, so they already weak as fuck. And then I don't stop smoking. I blame it on everything else. So I was smoking, and then my lungs was like, "Nigga, you need to stop." And I wasn't breathing for like an hour, like 30 minutes, 45 minutes. And then
You wasn't breathing?
I wasn't breathing, dog. You ain't gonna believe I wasn't breathing, nigga. Damn.
Oh my god. So, what color do you people turn when you don't breathe for an hour? So we turn blue. I don't know. Oh, here's our senior color correspondent. Tell us what that was. Yeah, go ahead, Jimmy.
You just say you people and we just arrived. Okay.
Oh, we have this thing down to a system. Oh, he's got sunglasses on.
Yeah, I just want to look like my dad, bro. My dad, D Madness. He never seen me before.
D Madness. Jay Legend. So, Jay, do you know your real dad?
Yeah, I know him.
Oh, okay. What's he up to?
Tell me.
When's the last time you talked to him?
I called him 2 days ago.
What happened?
I hear your answer.
Phone disconnected or voicemail?
Now, actually, what happened was he said he picked up. He's like, "I'm gonna call you back," and it's been 2 weeks. So, damn, it's cool. We got a good relationship. We be smoking. That's my friend more than my dad.
Oh, okay.
So we be chilling, smoking.
You're still smoking now, despite the. Remember the
Well,
nitty
I'm not a quitter. What you want me to quit weed?
We're gonna find you a new drug.
Oh, the other shit's bad. What do you do?
Well, I mean,
Sick of trying to get me to do coke or crack or something.
Have you done edibles though, or
Red Band, everybody can't do edibles.
Yeah, Red Band's like, have you tried eating your troubles away? Jimmy, you
edibles to see meat sandwiches.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now, Jimmy, you cold plunge and sauna, right? This is ultimate white people drugs.
Yes.
The old WPD.
Cold plunge and sauna?
You ever cold plunge before?
Yeah.
How was that?
Dumb as fuck.
You didn't like it? Tell us about your cold plunge experience.
Freeze myself.
By the way, that I think I just came up with what would be the most watched show in internet history. Black people cold plunging, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I think I just have to absolutely start this show. John Dees, would you do it?
Hell no.
Okay. All right.
Cold plunge and be like, nigga.
No, I would. You'd be in there. I would just say it. I wouldn't stutter at all. I'd be nice and warm.
Be right now. Just fun.
I love it. So Jay, how old's your kid?
I got two, a 4-year-old son, he autistic, and a 1-year-old regular daughter.
Okay, regular daughter.
Yeah.
Regular daughter.
You know what signs to check for after that first time? You're like, all right.
What's autistic about the 4-year-old? How do you know he's autistic?
Well, he's speech delayed and he be stemming a lot. Stemming is like when they like you ever got shocked by like a fucking tape and they do that, their body just the electric don't make it to their whole body, so they fucking just stiff up.
Okay.
You never seen a stemming? Just like they like get they be like, what's your word party? I'm like, all right, now, calm the fuck down. So I send you with your mom, all right?
Yeah, this is real life, Jimmy. These are the streets of Austin, Texas right now.
Discreet.
Hell yeah. They will climb innuendo. So Jay, what else is going on? Anything else crazy before we get you out of here?
I got this song on Spotify. If anybody ever watched the episode where I did Bags and Boxes, that shit on Spotify.
It's on Spotify? I love it.
What up, Mr. Aquarius?
I'm trying to stay up here.
What's up?
This is a full interview. You did it. It just flew
Hello.
by.
I had a long day.
Easier every time.
How's your?
I went to go get my hair done.
How'd that
I
go?
went to go get my hair done. You know what I told you? That the dentist was going to call me if they had any cancellations.
Yeah.
So they did when I got there around 11 something. So the verdict is, I already knew I had a hole in my tooth. It's my upper left tooth next to the big teeth. It's the left one. So yes, I have a big cavity that spread it, I guess, and it's a hole in it. So I have to get a root canal and a crown.
Oh wow. That's a lot.
Yeah. So I have to do 3 visits with them. So, and it's not, my insurance covered half of it. So we don't have to spend like $1,000. Thank God of that. You know, so it's good that it went down. So we don't have to spend a lot. So I'm happy for that. I just want to, I told them not in a lot of pain. Not in pain like that, just off and on. But I'm just glad that I got it taken care of and checked out because I do want to get this taken care of. I don't want to be in a lot of pain and have a big old toothache. I don't want that.
Right.
So I go back on the 17th of August, and they're going to have to do the root canal. They have to, clean that area out in the hole and all that and make sure there's no infection and get the debris and all that stuff out.